All right, we getting things going here. Got a very special guest for our Grand Marshal, and she's been a trooper all weekend hanging out here. Saw a lot of drag racing. This is about one of the weirdest weather weekends. If we'd had just listened. More testing us this weekend, and going on. World's fastest radial cars coming at you. If you weren't here, heck, I don't even remember when it was. Was it Friday or Saturday? We recorded the snow. I think it was yesterday in the snow. Jason McCulloch with 397. Radial run ever in competition. Second 3 in competition. There's been several test runs. And 97, pretty doggone impressive. All right, listen up. If you find some keys, obviously please bring them to the tower. Look around while you're walking back and forth. If you see anybody's keys, come bring them up here to the second floor of the tower. I know they would appreciate it. All right, and here she comes, our Grand Marshal. This is Miss Montana Warning. You heard Al talk about her all weekend long. Montana, we appreciate you hanging out. Obviously, wish you got to see a lot more drag racing. So much for being here. We're going to go ahead and play the national anthem. One prayer for us. Folks, please remain standing for a prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us this gorgeous day. Please keep the racers, crew, and all the staff safe today. Thank you, Lord, for letting us all be together to do what we love. Thank you, Lord, for troops that keep fighting for us to be able to do and have the freedoms that we do today. Amen.
All right, we're going to have just a minute. Ms. Montana Worley is going to give us the go signal. And as Al talked about, always Dusty Freeborn donates all his insurance sales. First Hunt donates all her sales. Tell us a little bit what you're going through and how you came to love drag racing.
Well, my uncle, we had it in our family for a while.
How did you race?
In 81. James Scott.
Over feet. I'll let you give the signal here in just a minute. Down there on the tractor, okay? You're going to be a racer when you grow up? Where's y'all's hometown at? Montana and her brother are going to let us know it's time to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, get it together.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
All right, guys, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 1, Pro Drag Radial, right here at Memphis International Raceway, the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion 2. Here we go, coming right out of the box. Number 5 qualifier in the right-hand lane, Chris Daniel, with top miles per hour for the day, 197 miles per hour for Daniel. In qualifying, sits number 5 with a 414. But this is eliminations, and he's got Chad Henderson, the bad man himself from Madison, Alabama, with the drop dead gorgeous 87 Grand National.
in the left-hand lane with 738 cubic inches of big block nitrous-assisted horsepower under the hood. Henderson, number 28 qualifier. Daniel, number 5, squat. Put Daniel in the beam petty, telling him, nah, a little bit farther. There we go. So here we go. Chris Daniel, Chad Henderson, round number 1 of eliminations right here in Memphis. Here we go. Free stage fans are lit. The nitrous car goes in. Here comes Daniel. Builds the boost. Sticking on the chip. Bump box. Maybe. Bump box isn't working. Daniel is out. Henderson goes to round number 2. Daniel. Bump box doesn't work. He's out. Doesn't go in. Gets timed out. And Chad Henderson goes on to round number 2. Spins the tire out at about 40 foot out, but it doesn't matter. Daniel doesn't turn on the stage bulb and gets timed out. Chad Henderson goes to round number 2. Montana said, good job, Chad. Attaboy, Mr. Alabama. Hometown boy getting it done. Here we go. Next one out. Brad Edwards coming in the water box right-hand lane. Eddie Harrison, Phil Hines waiting on you in the lane. Eddie Harrison and Phil Hines waiting on you in the lane. If you do not come, your opponent will get a competition bye run. Phil Hines, Eddie Harrison, final call. Here we go, Cameron Johnson, left-hand lane. 466, number 21 qualifier goes up against number 12 qualifier. Brad Edwards had a little bit of trouble in qualifying. Pedaled that Ford Mustang down to a 429 at 187 miles per hour. The Garrett twin turbocharged HGD horsepower under the hood for Edwards has been 394 in testing. Was the first man to the 3s, but it's race day. All you need to do is go A to B. Fans in the stands, get ready to go. Second pair out of Pro Drag Radial. Johnson out of Florida. Edwards out of North Carolina. 3-stage beams are lit. Here we go. Edwards bringing in the boot. Top spin charge. 431 and 185 for the win light. Edwards gets it down 113.60 foot. Smart Racing out of the North Carolina team. Piloted by Brad Edwards. Shane Novak, number 25 qualifier, 75 Camaro from Proline Power under the hood. Justin Red Martin, number 8 qualifier, the 72 model Nova with 557 cubic inches of HGD horsepower under the hood with twin turbocharged hanging off the front end. So here we go, Shane Novak, Justin Martin, 2 of the baddest Pro Drag Radial cars in the country because they made the top 32 here at the Battle of the States. Both cars on the tip. Martin, bump box, going in, lights are down. Martin spins the tire, Novak, A to B, gets the win light, 490 at 158 miles per hour. Red Martin brings in the power just a little bit too soon, knocks the tire off. Goes down to a 554. Novak goes to round number 2. Chad Parkhurst, Marshall, Missouri, number 19 qualifier with a Pro Charge 68 Chevrolet Camaro with a 461. Coming up on the right-hand side of the racetrack, Marty Sennett, Catawba, Kentucky, 96 model Ford Mustang out of the Southern Speed Racing Camp. TCC converters on board and Jeff Burns racing engines under the hood. For Senate, your number 14 qualifier with a 445. Both of these cars are on 275 drag radials. I know sometimes you're used to seeing the 315s, but Mark Kirsten Senate on the 275. Got a little double entry action for both, I believe. I think both are running Outlaw 275 as well. Jumps up in the big boy range. 3-stage beams are lit. Pro Charger car goes in. Senate on the chip, going in. Here we go. Senate turns it red. Senate with the red light. It was over from the get-go. Mark Kirsten with the win light. 524 to 130 miles per hour. Couple of guys. Marty Senate, 001 red light. Sean Ayers, left-hand side of the racetrack. Southern Speed Racing, 1990 model Mustang, X275 runner, jumps up in Pro Drag Radio for a test hit, makes the big show. Ayers, your number 24 qualifier with a 477. Tim Kincaid, Thornhill, Tennessee, your number 1 qualifier in Outlaw 275, and your number 9 qualifier right here at Pro Drag Radio with a 422 at 185. Tim Kincaid, lay down the horsepower right here on the 275. Guys, pull up in the lane, please. Pull up in the lane. Pull them up in the lane. There's Kincaid. Going in the beams. Here we go. Both are out. Green light starts side by side. Top end, Kincaid. 435 and Ayers rips off his best pass of the weekend so far with a 460, but not enough for the twin turbocharged. Kincaid on the top end. Tennessee moves on another round. 435 at 182 in the heat of the day right here in Memphis. Daddy Dave, one of the street outlaws, coming in, said, I'm wanting to get in this radial action. Daddy Dave, number 23 qualifier with a Pro Charge Chevrolet Malibu with a 470 at 158. Scott Lowry, right-hand side of the racetrack, your number 10 qualifier, 2007 Cadillac XLR. And race fans in the stands, this is a true story. That car started out as a actual race car, as a actual street car, my bad. Picked it up at the Cadillac dealership and said, let's chop it up. Daddy Dave, Scott Lowry, Oklahoma versus Missouri. Here we go, lights are down. Comstock with a hole shot. Lowry brings in the power. Jeff Smoke. Comstock sneaks around him on a hole shot. 477 beats a 460. Fans, we're back to action here. Collier, left lane, 87. Arkansas, over here on the right lane, one of the fastest cars in Pro Drag Radio. Mr. Keith Berry out of Gainesville, Georgia. Ocean Corvette. Car has 3 testing before, so this car is capable of going into 3-second range. right-hand side, going up against the 87 London. Sponsored by Collier Drug Store, Still, Arkansas. Here comes Tyler, and I can get off this plane. Bill Collier, Keith Berry, race straw, bringing in Berry into the beam. Gives it the okay. Number 2 qualifier, Keith Berry. Can Collier pull off one of the biggest upsets of his career, or will Berry go to round 2? Pre-stage bulbs are on. Booth going up for Berry. Collier's in. Berry's in. Lights are down. Berry spins the tire on the trailer. Number 2 is gone. 4:33 for Mel Collier. Personal best time for him. Keith Berry, your number 2 qualifier, goes on the trailer in round number 1. Richard Reagan, number 15 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack, qualified with a 446, the nitrous-assisted 1990 model Ford Mustang. Fulton Racing engines under the hood, based out of Tennessee. Right-hand side of the racetrack, first time ever on radials, Mr. Jim Brown, out of O'Fallon, Missouri, 2003 model Ford Mustang with a Hemi, under the hood with a big Huffman Pro Charger hanging off the front bumper. Brown, your number 18 qualifier with a 455. Hasn't been able to make a full hit all weekend, but hey, it's eliminations, it's a new ball game, and who knows what's going to happen. Reagan out of Tennessee, Brown out of Missouri, Pro Drag Radial, round number 1 of elimination, coming at you. No sitting on the wall down here, guys. Everybody get off the wall. Brown knocks the tire off. Reagan stands it up, burns it up, goes 489 for the win light. Reagan pedals, bangs, pops, everything else, and goes 489 for the win. Brown couldn't gather it up in time to run him down. 534. Out of the nitrous cars, Bruce Johnson and Alex Shao. Johnson, based out of Jacksonville, Alabama. 275 on the back of the Firebird. 32 big blocks sitting under the hood. Number 20 qualifier for Johnson. One of the absolute prettiest cars in the parking lot for Johnson. Right-hand lane, Alex Shao out of Mendenhall, Mississippi. Piloting the Reaper, the 98 model Ford Mustang with 738 cubic inches of Dr. Gene Fulton horsepower under the hood, and Steve Johnson's Induction Solutions nitrous on top of the board. Purging the system, both cars. Johnson, 632 cubic inches, sitting at number 20. Shao with 738 cubic inches, sitting at number 13 with a personal best of 431. New racetrack, new ball game. Warmer temperatures, and it's Sunday. It's round 1. Oh. Johnson, Shao, stick him in the free stage beam. Shao's is in, Johnson follows. Here we go. Shao knocks the tire off. Johnson, A to B hit, goes all the way. 453 at 161 miles per hour. Bruce Johnson goes on to round number next. Kyle Utel, one half of the Bad Niner Racing Team out of Texas. Mr. Billy Stockland, standing behind the race car, giving his driver orders, telling him just exactly where he needs to go. Kyle Utel having a little bit of trouble getting it in reverse. Looking like, there we go. The nitrous runner, 903 cubic inches of TRE racing engine horsepower, purging out the nitrous system as he backs up. Just making sure all that bottle pressure is just right. Billy Stockland putting him where he wants it. Utel purging out the system. In the left-hand side of the racetrack. On the right-hand side, Jeff Cooner hasn't made a full hit all weekend, but don't count him out. Veteran racer. First battle of the stage runner-up. Stevie put it on him. He didn't do that. We sure did. Cooner hasn't made a full hit all day, but don't count him out. The Billy Stockland nitrous machine getting the bottle pressure right. Kyle Utel going into the beam. Cooner in there. Former Orska world champion. Big time name coming out of Alabama, Texas. Alabama. Cooner with a turbo. Utel with a nitrous. Cooner builds boost. Rolls in. Utel follows. Here we go. Cooner spins at the hit. Utel brings in the power. Top end. 418 at 184. Billy Stockland is one bad man. Stockland Tire Management says it all on the back wing. Kyle Utel, 418 with a 111.60 right here in the heat of the day at Memphis. Oh, get this. Cooner was perfect on the tree. Trip zip across the board. Jeff Cooner was 000 on the tree, but couldn't get down the racetrack. Darcy Knowles to the tower, please. Darcy Knowles to the tower. Go to race control and see Wade Mooney. Darcy Knowles to the tower. Kyle Utel lays down low ET. Utel lays down low ET of round number 1 with a 418. And here we go, another pair rolling to the water box. Barry Mitchell, right-hand side of the racetrack. And ooh-wee, I hear a blower car. I bet you money it's the number 1 qualifier, Jason Mahalik. The new drag radial world record holder comes into the water box. Stockland telling his driver where he wants him, gives him the OK sign, and Jason Mahalik fixing to light the wick on the brand new world record holding 397 machine. Billy calming his driver down. This man knows what he is doing. Calms his driver down, gives him the OK sign, and Mahalik lights the candle. Barry Mitchell, right-hand side of the racetrack, number 32 qualifier, going up against the number 1 man. Number 1 in the parking lot, number 1 in the class of pro drag racing. 397, number 1 qualifier for Jason Mahalik, the new world record holder. Left-hand side of the racetrack, right here at Memphis, the screw-blown Hemi, sitting under the hood and sticking out of the hood, tuned by the 2 baddest men in lower history, Billy Stockland and Frank the Madman Taylor. But do not for 1 second count out Barry Mitchell. Barry Mitchell is one of the smartest nitrous racers that I think I have ever seen. Mitchell with 762 cubic inches of big block horsepower under the hood with multiple stages of nitrous in the racecraft built Ford Mustang I messed that one up. Ford versus Chevrolet. Right here in round number 1. Number 1 versus number 32. Mahalik, Mitchell, Texas and North Carolina. Here we go. Mahalik brings in the power. Top end 407 at 195 miles per hour. Low ET of round number 1. Billy Stockman puts it on him. 407 with a 1 at 195 miles per hour. Barry Mitchell goes right down Broadway, was right there. If Mahalik slipped up 1 bit, Mitchell was going to take it with a 438 at 171. But Mahalik showing why he's number 1 qualifier with a 407 right here in the heat of the day in Memphis.
Darcy Knowles, MX 235 racer, Darcy Knowles, come to the tower. You have 5 minutes. Darcy Knowles, 5 minutes to come to the tower.
Number 11 qualifier, Mr. California, Roger Holder. Left-hand side of the racetrack, 2000 model, B&B race cars built, Chevrolet Camaro, 525 cubic inches of twin turbocharged horsepower under the hood, tuned by Deeds Performance, coming in out of Bakersfield, California, West Coast, baby. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the complete total opposite end of the spectrum, coming in out of Hudson, Florida, Don LaManna. West Coast versus East Coast, it doesn't get much more east and it doesn't get much more west. Chevrolet versus Ford. Both cars turbocharged. LaManna getting ready to go in. Holder's in. LaManna's in. Lights are down. Holder turns it red. Holder goes 008 red, throws away a 424 and goes home with a red light. Don LaManna 469 with a win light right here in round number 1. The number 11 qualifier turns it 008 red. Holder going home. Holder lays down a 24, but all for naught with a 008 red hanging from the front door. When we move into the next pair, David Pearson, the baddest man on 275. Went 411 at Mooresville. Everybody said it was fake. He rolled that son of a gun right out of the trailer, and he went 412 right here at Memphis. Number 4 qualifier, David Pearson, left-hand side of the racetrack. 2 of the loudest cars on the property, Pro Chargers a pair. Enzo Pacini in the right-hand side out of Woodbridge, Ontario, Canada. Number 29 qualifier. Here we go. Enzo out Pearson has trouble. 436 for Enzo, best pass of the weekend at 184, and Canada goes on to round number 2. Pearson has trouble, don't know what happened. Just looked dead from the get-go. Don't know what happened for the Little Evil Racing team out of North Carolina, but Woodbridge, Ontario, Canada, goes on to round number 2. Brandon Carter, left-hand side of the racetrack. Mike Jones in the right-hand side. Ooh, Mike Jones. Hazel Green, Alabama. B&B race cars built. 08 Chevrolet Cobalt. 598 cubic inches of Bennett Racing Engines horsepower under the hood. Mark Mickey M&M transmission on board. The number 17 qualifier, Mike Jones. Left-hand side of the racetrack out of Maryland Heights, Missouri. Brandon Carter with the 03 Mustang. 481X on board. Carter, Jones, number 16, number 17. Both cars dead even in the middle of a 32-car field. X275, if you're not in the lanes, you need to be here. X275, if you are not in the lanes, you need to be here. Carter, Jones, free stage, both cars, Bill Booth. Here we go. Jones with a hole shot. Both cars spin. Who gathers it up first? Top in charge, Mike Jones. 6:15 at 158 miles per hour. Both cars having issues off the starting line. Jones gathers it up first with a 009 reaction to go on to round number 2. Here we go. Justin Curry, right-hand side of the racetrack, Beach City, Texas. 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, 465 cubic inches. A small block Chevrolet under the hood of the Texas-based runner-up. Their number 19 qualifier with a 467 at 152 miles per hour. Charles Big Chuck Hull, left-hand side of the racetrack from Brunswick, Georgia. 93 model Mustang, precision turbocharged, tuned by KBA. John Calivas and the boys. Charles Hull having some trouble in the burnout box. Gonna roll on up to the beam. Curtis hurting it out. Hurry, fully staged. Hull, better get in. Hull sneaks it in the last minute, lights are down. Hull blows the tire off of it. Hurry, A to B right now. Broadway 476 at 151 miles per hour. Justin Curry, A to B, smart, hot weather racing. Right there for the bunch out of Texas. Curry with a small block goes on to round number 2. John McDonough, right-hand side of the racetrack, Panama City, Florida. 1970 model Chevrolet Nova. Big block Chevrolet under the hood, nitrous assisted horsepower. Mike Kelly, North Richland Hills, Texas. left-hand side of the racetrack with a precision turbocharged 1990 model Ford Mustang. Small block Ford sitting under the hood, tuned by Manny and the boys at HPP Racing. Coming in out of Texas, sponsored by Morgan & Sons Racing Engines, Kelly, your number 12 qualifier with a 461 at 156 miles per hour. McDonough, your number 21 qualifier with a 468. Pretty evenly matched still, spaced out on the qualifying sheet. Tight field here in X275. Kelly out of Texas, McDonough out of Florida. Chevrolet versus Ford, turbocharged versus Nike. Got one heck of a matchup right here next to 275. Just about any of these could be a final round anywhere you want to go in the country. McDonough sticks the free stage on. He's ready. Kelly getting ready to build the boost to the precision turbocharged Ford Mustang. Sticks it in the beans. Here we go. Green light starts the pair. Side by side. Out the back door. Who's got it? Kelly. 465 and a $1.61. Mike Kelly moves on. Both drivers rip the tree down. McDonough 21, Kelly 15. McDonough's 477 falls short. To Kelly's ripping 465. Darren Brode, number 22 qualifier, Mr. B&B Race Cars himself, driving the 2012 Challenger that he built with his own two hands. Marty Piercy's car coming in out of Hohenwald, Tennessee. Brode, your number 22 qualifier with a precision turbocharged Challenger with a 468. Still working out the bugs of the new engine. See if they've worked out the bugs because they've got a big one over in the right-hand lane. Odie Sturgis for Oklahoma. Chevrolet Nova, nitrous assisted, run his first. Matched his personal best right here with a 460 to put him in the number 11 qualifying position. We got another turbo versus nitrous matchup. John Sears is loving this at the house. Hate he couldn't stay for today, but John, we love you, buddy. Thanks for all your help. Here's the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. Sturgeon and Brode, side by side. New school muscle versus old school muscle. Here we go. Brode builds the boost, puts it in. Side by side, top 10 stars. Who gets it done? Darren Brode, 467 and a $1.55. Darren Brode goes on. Both drivers were dead even on the tree with 25s a pair. Top end charge. Darren Brode put down the horsepower quicker, and Brode goes on to round number 2. Ron Rhodes gets a competition by run right here. His opponent Cecil Whitaker couldn't make the call. So Rhodes, the world's quickest 23 degree small block Chevrolet single stage of nitrous for Rhodes. 68 model Camaro small block Chevrolet under the hood. Calvert's racing suspension. Putting down the power on the leaf springs. His son, little Ronnie, out front. Ronnie's also here at Ultra Street. He'll be coming up here in just a little bit. BES racing engines on board, Ultra Carbon, Sand Tough suspension, Induction Solutions, nitrous oxide. Steve Johnson, I know you're watching at home. Rhodes is fixing to lay down a number for you. Put that Induction Solutions nitrous right where it's supposed to be. Rhodes sticks in the beans. Here we go. Rhodes 108 to 60 on the back door. 454 and a $1.55 for the small block. 108.60 foot in the heat of the day. The leaf springs are getting it done. Mr. Delaware is in the house and he is looking strong this year. Your number 2 qualifier goes on to round number 2. Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275 to the rear of staging for pairing. Outlaw 275 to the rear of staging for pairing. Once again, these Outlaw 275 to the lane. Clint Downs, your number 3 qualifier with a Pro Charge. Chevrolet Nova out of Yukon, Oklahoma. 453, put him in the number 3 spot. Downs has got a big handful of John Asphalt from Far Hills, New Jersey, the Bruder Brothers on the tune, so you can't ever count them boys out. 473 put him in the number 30 qualifying position. Downs out of Oklahoma with a Pro Charger. Asphalt out of New Jersey with a turbocharger. Another Ford versus Chevrolet matchup right here in Memphis, an X275. Downs puts it in. Right lane, building the boost. Here we go. Osnoff turns it red. Went down. Smooth hit out the back door. 459, 155 miles per hour for the Pro Charged Oklahoma-based Clint Downs going on to round number 2. Marinas heating up the Mickey Thompson Pro 275 drag radials out of White Snow, New York, your number 8 qualifier. In the pumpkin, the 2000 Ford Mustang, left-hand side of the racetrack. Dean Marinas, BES Racing Engine, Speed Tech, nitrous oxide on board. With Neil Chance converters helping put the power to the crown and NLR systems holding all that power together. Jody Boyles, your number 25 qualifier out of Douglas, Georgia. Long-time Index World Champion, now moved up. Been running the radial classes the last couple of years, and Boyles goes into the number 25 qualifying spot with a 471. Both cars running nitrous oxide. Boyles is sitting ready to go. Marinas get brought into the beam. The New York-based Dean Marinas, last year's runner-up. Can he move on to round number 2, or will Jody Boyles stand in his way? Both drivers moving into the three-stage beam, and here we go. Boyles turns it red. Marinas has a nitrous backfire. Boyles turns it red. Hands the win to Dean Marinas. Marinas gets it back running, drive down the finish line and break the beam. Marinas will take the win with a 29.75. Boyles turns it 17 red, throws away a 471 as Marinas has nitrous issues and a big hiccup on the starting line. But Dean gets the break of the day so far and goes to round number 2. Darren Hildebrand, number 4 qualifier, the small block Ford 90 model Ford Mustang on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Team Z Motorsports on board, one of our primary sponsors here at the OSCR, as well as Menser Motorsports. Took the Hildebrand piloted Mustang to a 456 to put him number 4 on the qualifying sheet. He's drawn one tough customer with Bob Clayton, right-hand side of the racetrack from Abington, Maryland. 99 model turbocharged Mustang. Moved into the number 29 qualifying spot with a 473. Roche Racing Engines on board and C&D Services. Can Bob Clayton knock off the number 4 man here at the OSCR? Will Hildebrand take the small block nitrous on one more round? Turns it red, throws away a 70. Hildebrand takes the win with a 466. Bob Clayton turns it 27 red to throw away a 470, his best run of the weekend so far. Hands the win to Darren Hildebrand, 114.60 for Hildebrand, power down to a 466. Your number 6 qualifier, Jared Johnston. Jared Johnston, left-hand side of the racetrack, Raymore, Missouri, 92 model Mustang. Drawn one tough customer, Justin Newborn. Number 27 qualifier got the number 1 girl in the parking lot, Miss Montana Worley. Our Grand Marshal standing trackside with Dustin. Battling cancer herself, and Dustin's battling it himself. Just pretty much got through it. Piloting the race car, and Dustin's here in the number 27 spot. Montana's rooting him on trackside. Glad to see her out, enjoying the races with us, and we are very, very proud to have her. But he's got one tough customer with Jared Johnson in the left-hand side with Johnny K on the tune. Johnson, Newborn, both filled boots. Here we go. Both side by side, out and running, top end charge. What a race. Newborn had him on the tree. Johnston got him on the top end, 460, and needed every bit of it. Johnston, 460 at 160 to take the win over Mewborn's 469 at 156. Outlaw 275, if you're not here, you need to be here. Outlaw 275, if you are not here, you need to be here. Shannon Renfro, your number 13 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack with a 463. Got Randy Matlock, Winsville, Missouri, number 20 qualifier with a 467 and a .51. The nitrous oxide purging out of the system to get the bottle pressure down exactly where Matlock wants it. He's going to need every bit of it to handle the turbocharged entry of Renfro coming in out of Richmond, Kentucky. Pretty evenly matched cars. Number 13 on the ladder for Renfro with a 63. Matlock number 20 with a 67. So it could be a great side-by-side race right here. Both cars getting brought into the three-stage scene. Ford Mustangs a pair. We are getting ready. Another pair of X75. Matlock's in, Renfro's in. Here we go. Renfro turns it red. Hands the win to Randy Matlock, and Matlock goes 68, outruns him in the process. Shannon Renfro, 006 red, turns it red to throw away a 474 and puts him on the trailer. Randy Matlock goes 111 to 60, then goes 468 to the top end to outrun Renfro anyway. Your number 1 qualifier, 446, Rich Bruder, left-hand side of the racetrack. Edson, New Jersey, the Precision Turbocharged Bruder Brothers tune. DeSoma Racing Engines, Ford Mustang. Josh Lindsay, the big Texan down there helping the boys. Pops, to give her a little love right on the rear wing, just like always. Don Thomas, right-hand side of the racetrack, Southern Speed Racing tune, Cottondale, Alabama. Turbocharged Ford Mustang, your number 32 qualifier. Thomas having troubles, goes in, Bruder, builds boost, both cars on the ship, Bruder going in, Thomas already in, Bruder's in, here we go. Thomas leads early, spins the tire, Bruder out, gone, cuts out. 463 at a $1.65. Check out the miles per hour on the top end, showing the DeSoma horsepower with a 155 back split for the Bruder Brothers. Horsepower at its finest, 165 miles per hour. Thomas left before the tree activated. Jeff Coletta and Brian Tooten. Coletta, number 5 qualifier, the nitrous assisted, 456. Coming out of Walker, Louisiana. Seems like they're having some issues getting Coletta's car in reverse. There it goes. Are they getting his car backing up now? Terry Williams and Kenny Lafferty getting him ready to go. Coletta out of Louisiana, your number 5 qualifier. Brian Tootin, Lexington, South Carolina, your number 28. On the board with a 472, but it's race day and it's race time, and it's totally different conditions than what we qualified in. The grandstands are packed, and we are just having a big old time here at Memphis. And if you aren't here, hope you're tuning in on MotorManiaTV.com. We appreciate all of it. Brian Tootin turns it red, throws it away. Jeff Coletta has issues, and Tootin turns it red, leaves way before the green light comes on, and Jeff Coletta idles down to take the win light. Coletta's got a slow roller on the top end, so we're waiting on him to get off the racetrack. And we'll... Johnson and Kit Long, one of the Oklahoma boys coming in. Cameron Johnson, a Florida runner. Pretty much dead even. Pretty much dead even on the ladder. Maybe having a heart attack up here. Y'all might have to jump me off or something. Number 15 qualifier for Johnson. The nitrous assisted 2005 Ford Mustang. Kit Long, right hand side of the racetrack. Precision turbocharged KBX Performance Mustang comes in at the number 18 qualifying spot with a 466. Big Matt Bell out front getting Kit Long lined up. Cameron Johnson getting brought into the beans as well. And it's almost time to go racing, race fans. Outlaw 275. If you're not here, you need to be here. Outlaw 275. If you are not here, you need to be here. Johnson, backfire, Kit Long out the door, 468, a $1.55, and Kit Long moves on. MX235, this is your standby call. Do not come to staging yet, but get everything ready to go. MX235, this is your standby call. Do not get everything ready, but just stand by. Brace Meyer not making the call. Sean Ayers will get a bye run right here. Ayers out of Corinth, Mississippi. Southern Speed Racing tune, precision turbocharged Ford Mustang with Proline Racing LS motor on board with Fuel Tech. Ayers goes in, takes his bye run. Jumps up on the tire, makes the pedal, goes 489 at a $1.55. Evan Shrimsher, Tony, Alabama. Another competition by is DeWitt, Arkansas, Shane Fisher. Doesn't make the call. Think Shane had some engine issues. Did not make the call, and Kevin will get a competition by run to the brand new car tuned by KBX Performance. Outlaw 275, final call. Outlaw 275, final call. If you're not here, you are late. MX 235, stand by, MX 235. Looks like he was on a pass, knocked the tire off at about 55 feet. Coast down to a 618 at 105 miles per hour. Number 26 qualifier moves on as Fisher couldn't make the call. Dwayne Barbary not making the call. Eric Stube hits the bye. Stub, whatever you want to say. There's like 18 different ways to pronounce this. I'm a redneck from Tennessee, so you can imagine how I'm going to pronounce it. Beach City, Texas, 2003 model Ford Mustang. Small block Ford on board, precision turbocharged. Come in at the number 10 qualifying spot. The 460. Looks like his crew member is just about stuck to the racetrack. But the first time, let's try it again. See what happens. LR systems, Santa, suspension on board. Stu's Racing, Beach City, Texas based Ford Mustang. Taking his competition by right here. Riding out the wheelie, sits her down and goes 466. Put your hands together for Eric. Look at that driving job to go 66 right there in the heat of the day. I hope somebody caught a picture of that, because if you didn't, I swear your media passes are revoked. Shifted that baby in the air, let her ease right back down, and truck right on down to a 466. Sean Lyon gets a competition by Shane Kraut, couldn't make the call. Panhandle Performance, brand new car. Second race out, goes number 9 qualifier with a 459. Mark Biddle from Panhandle putting Sean into the beams. Based out of Panama City, Florida, the 89 model Ford Mustang. Here we go, Outlaw 275, Zip Hudson and Lyle Barnett. Hudson, Concord, North Carolina, let me get this right. 80 model Zephyr, or single turbocharged. Good Lord, I'm mixed up today. Your number 20 qualifier, Hudson with a 472. Lyle Barnett, your number 13 qualifier, the new quickest Mopar in the country for the 456. Put him into number 13 spot, the Digby Dental Care Dart. Fixing to rock and roll. Got Zip Hudson and two North Carolina boys side by side right here in round number 1 of Outlaw 275. Barnett has issues. Zip Hudson spins the tire and keeps on going down the racetrack. Barnett has issues, not sure what happened with the dart. But he will hand the win over to Zip Hudson. Kincaid, your number 1 qualifier, right-hand side of the racetrack out of Thornhill, Tennessee. Twin turbocharged 93 model Ford Mustang with 419 to go number 1 instead of top to 8. Your number 32 qualifier, bottom of the barrel, Daddy Dave Comstock out of Yukon, Oklahoma, driving the 78 Malibu. Comstock snuck into the field with a 502 at 153. Can he knock off the number 1 qualifier, Tim Kincaid? Here we go. Kincaid builds the boost, bumps it in. Daddy Dave rolls in. Here we go. Kincaid knocks the tire off. Number 1 goes on the trailer. Daddy Dave, 478 at 158. The Malibu trucks on. Kincaid, number 1 qualifier, goes on the trailer. Artie Stennett, your number 2 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack, the 96 model Ford Mustang, small block Ford on board, built by Jeff Burns Racing Engine, Southern Speed Racing Tune, and PTC converters on board. Facing up with one of the toughest competitors in the parking lot, Brian McGee, Hellion, South Carolina, 762 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood, nitrous-assisted brand new car. First race out, built by NRC Motorsports. Stennett and McGee, side by side, Mustangs a pair. The Garrett turbocharged entry for Stennett. McGee with the nitrous entry. Number 2 versus number 31. It's race day and anything can happen. So here we go. Stands it up, pedals it, brings it back down, 454 at 173 to take the win over Brian McGee. McGee strikes the highs at about 80 feet out. Stennett stood it up, but brought it back down easy to go on for the win, 454. The Crow, Big Chief, right-hand side of the racetrack. Fans in the stands, everybody just stood up. It's like John Force is on the starting line. Everybody just stood straight up in the air like, ooh, Big Chief. The number 28 qualifier, Butler Performance on board. The 72 Le Mans, tuned by Travis Quillen. The man back behind the car getting him straight. Alicia learned her lesson. Everybody check this out. Alicia's lining him up from the paint. Says, I'm not walking on the racetrack again. This kid made me look like a fool last time. I'm not doing it again. I asked her, did she hurt? How did she feel about it? She said, the only thing that hurt is my pride. You know what? Alicia learned. We learn every day. Alicia learned. Don't walk on the racetrack. Barry Mitchell, number 5 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack with a 4:34 to put him there. Went a 36 in his other session, so Mitchell gonna have it be a handful for sure, but you never can count out the competition when it goes into elimination. Everything changes when you go into race day. Barry Mitchell, Justin Shearer on the chip. Mitchell puts it in. Here we go. Mitchell out and gone. 4:39 takes the win. New personal best for Big Chief, though, with a 4:79 and a $1.66. I want to give a huge shout out to them. Great job. Turned that car around this weekend and busted off a 4:79 right here. Couldn't get it done in round 1, but Barry Mitchell is one bad man. Tough customer right there in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Bobby Crook, Little Rock, Arkansas, going to take a competition by his opponent, Jimmy Plimpton. Couldn't make the call. Plimpton must have had some issues. Couldn't make the call in the Wisconsin-based 79 Fairmont. So Bobby Crook. So Bobby Crook will take a competition by right here. Strikes the tire. So Crook go on down the racetrack. Norman Chang, Atherton, California, came over with Roger Holder and his bunch with the 88 model Mustang number 3 qualifier with a 431. Small block Ford on board, twin turbocharged. MX 235 to the lanes. MX 235 to the lanes, guys. MX 235 to the lanes. Norman Chang, Reggie Westmoreland. Least Electronics pickup in the right lane. Chang from Cali. Here we go. Westmoreland turns the red light on in the truck. Trans brake didn't hold and rolled the beams. Norman Chang will take the win. 7:83 winning time. Both cars having issues. This is so awesome. Look at Kevin Neal lining up the right-hand drive car on the other side of the racetrack. Norman Chang pulling over on the side of the racetrack. We got a slow roller. Pulled over on the top end of the racetrack. Not sure what's up there, so we're going to cut him off in the water box. Daniel Ferris, need the rollback on the top end. Daniel, need the rollback on the top end, please. Daniel, need the rollback. Daniel Ferris, need the rollback, buddy. Daniel, need the rollback. Top end of the racetrack, please, sir. Daniel, need the rollback. Norman Chang having some steering issues. Gonna have to get the rollback, get him off. Roll line power for Sean Ellington. Heating up the 275 drag radials. Rolling through the sticky VP lane choice 7 compound. Stu Henry, right-hand side of the racetrack from Australia, mate. 71 model Capri, 615 cubic inches of big block horsepower tuned by Kevin Neal. Number 11 qualifier, Murder Nova. Everybody said, oh, they can't compete. Oh, they can't do nothing. Oh, they'll be a joke. Well, Sean Ellington's rolled in here and went a 51 right off the trailer to sit at number 11 on the qualifying sheet. He's got just as good of a chance as anybody. Big Chief, one of his best friends, standing behind the car. Also his tuner. Stu is sitting over here going, I'm ready, and I'm like all the way on the other side of the car, so I can't see him. But Stewie rolls in. Murder Nova builds the boost. Here we go. Stewie spins. Murder Nova spins. Both back at the gas. Top end. Stewie gets it done. Australia. Good day, mate. Taking the win light. 5:21 beats the 5:27. Stewie moves on. Heck of a driving job out of Stewie. Got the tree, caught the pedal real fast, rolled her back in the gas, and held off the hard-charging Murder Nova to move on to round number 2. Robert Culver, Ryan Martin. Index Racer, car number 38. Car number 38, Index Racer. I need you to move your truck and trailer so another grid can get out. Robert Culver outgone. Ryan Martin having issues. 444 for Robert Culver and the Pro Charger bunch. Great hit for the Alabama team. Sticking it, number 6 qualifier moves on. Just about repeated his qualifying efforts. And Culver goes on to round number 2. Ryan Martin having issues. Al Megginson, left-hand side of the racetrack, Jackson, Mississippi. 2002 Camaro, big block Chevrolet under the hood. That car is known for sticking it on the back bumper. Done it here, I think, 3 times now. Once last year, or twice last year, and once this year. And then in the right lane, you got the most unique car on the property. A 4-door 96 Impala sitting on 275 drag radials and twin Garrett turbochargers on the front. For Rick Weatherby out of Dunlap, Tennessee. Outgone. Weatherby likes the tires of Meganson, goes A to B, 484 at $1.55. And Kyle Meganson from Jackson, Mississippi moves on to round number 2. Craig Hondrick, Carthage, Missouri. 68 model Firebird is one of the prettiest cars on the property. Big block Chevrolet coming out of the Steve Morris engine camp with a big Huffin Pro Charger on the front of that Firebird. And that black and blue 68 model car is one of the prettiest on the parking lot. M&M transmission, Mark Mickey on board. The billet atomizer injectors as well. Number 12 qualifier with a 454. The right-hand lanes had some troubles this weekend, but Dusty Bradford out of Trinity, Alabama with the 87 model Regal can unload a pass if he needs it. So let's see if Dusty can gather up some data, lay down a number. Seen this car go 426 last year at Huntsville in some mine shaft conditions, and this is far from mine shaft, but it's still pretty doggone good. Both cars strike the tires, pedal fast. Who gets back in at first? Craig Hondrick gets back in at first. 587 takes the win. Barry Anderson, I need you to move your rig, please. You got a guy blocked in. Barry Anderson, I need you to move your truck and trailer if you could. You have a guy blocked in who is trying to leave. Barry Anderson, need you to move your rig, please. Got a guy blocked in. Richard Reagan, Aaron Stapleton. These people are cracking me up here in the tower, and I'm trying to announce the race here. Stapleton out and gone. Reagan having issues, and Stapleton goes down at a 467, his best pass of the weekend, to move on to round number 2. You have a Toyota Avalon, Tennessee tag, 431JND, parked between Holly and Team Z Motorsports. You need to move it. Toyota Avalon with Tennessee tags, 431JND, parked between Holly and Team Z Motorsports. My memory is shot. This woman just told me this 2 seconds ago, and I couldn't even remember the 2 companies. Please move your company. Bringing in the power 431 in the heat of the day on 275s at a $1.79. Alex Giles, number 4 qualifier, going to get a competition by Nick Yarber. Had transmission issues earlier in the day. And we're having a good old time in the tower. If you've got a dumb question, come ask Wade. Alex Giles knocks the tire off of it. But once again, if you've got a question about anything racing, just come up to the tower and see Wade. Because we're having a blast up here in the tower for no good reason. Charles Hull, competition by David Pearson not making the call. So Hull's going to idle down the racetrack. Dwayne Barbary not making the call. Phil Hines. They comp by right here. Anybody has a 26 by 4.5 front truck tire, please go see race car tire. 26 by 4.5 race car front runner. Please go see Butch Kemp. Once again, if anybody has a 26 by 4.5 front runner, Butch Kemp needs one to make next round. 26 by 4.5 front runner, Butch Kemp needs a front runner to make next round. Alright guys, number 1 qualifiers, I need you to come up to the tower to get your awards at some point. Jason Mahalik, Rich Bruder, Sean Pevlar, Tim Kincaid, and Mark Rogers. Jason Mahalik, Rich Bruder, Sean Pevlar, Tim Kincaid, and Mark Rogers. Before you leave, please come to the tower and get your awards and bonus money for being number 1 qualifier. Jason Mahalik, Rich Bruder, Sean Pevlar, Tim Kincaid, and Mark Rogers. Butch Kemp, come back to the tower. Butch Kemp, come to the tower. MX235 on the line. George Bowen, number 32 qualifier, coming out gets number 1. Mr. Sean Pevlar went number 1 with a 5 flat at a $1.41. And Pevlar coming up right now to go in on the 235 class, and he'll come back around and get in Ultra here very shortly. George Bowen over in the left-hand lane from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Side-by-side Mustangs a pair, first to kick off MX 235. Bowen stands it up. Pevlar 492 on the 8.5. Look at Pevlar lay the smackdown right here in the heat of the day. 492 on 8.5-inch tires. Unbelievable run for Sean Pevlar, laying it down. Jeff Reed, left-hand side of the racetrack, number 18 qualifier, rolls up beside number 15, Chris Watkins. Mississippi versus Missouri right here. Both cars turbocharged. Jeff Reed, tuned by the one and only KBX Performance. Both cars on the 235. So here we go. Side by side, top end, who gets it? Reed, 525 at 140. Jeff Reed moves on to round number 2. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street to the lanes, please. Ultra Street to the lanes. Van Burgess, Travis Esselman. Both cars turbocharged. Here we go. Ultra Street to the lanes. Side-by-side top end. Eselman takes it, 567 after pedaling. Travis Eselman takes the win from Middleton, Delaware. Ray Parsons and Craig Fowler. Parsons 14 on the qualifying sheet. Fowler number 19. Both cars nitrous assisted. Parsons out of Arkansas, sponsored by Strobel Race Cars and M&M Transmission. Craig Fowler, right hand side of the racetrack, sponsored out of Laser Energy on the 69 Chevrolet Nova. Should be a pretty close race. Parsons qualified with a 528. Craig Fowler qualified with a 537. Both cars getting brought into the beam. Kevin Neal checking out the action. He's doing the tuning on Ray Parsons' car. We'll see what happens right here in MX 235. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street. Ultra Street to the lanes. Parsons, Death Smoke. Chest to check out early. Craig Fowler on the win. Parsons, Death Smoke on the top end. Donnie Branham, Derek Wamsley. Branham out of Missouri, Wamsley out of Ohio. Side by side, who's got the top end charge? It's Branham, 5'11", at a $1.43. Branham and the Missouri team trucking on, 5'11". Moves on, the number 11 qualifier goes on to the next round. Kyle Bruce and Jeff Harper. Bruce out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma with a 95 model Mustang. Tuned by 2JM Diesel. Jeff Harper out of Independence, Missouri. Sweet looking 72 model Nova, small block Chevrolet under the hood. Number 25 qualifier for Harper, Kyle Bruce. The left-hand lane, number 8 qualifier with a 516. Went an 18 on his other qualifying shot. So Bruce can be a pretty tough customer right here for Jeff, but we'll see what happens. It is racing and it is race day. Anything happens. Out and gone. Kyle Bruce takes it off. 521. Backs it down to go down in the heat of the day. Jeff Harper makes his best run of the weekend with a 545, but it's not enough for Kyle Bruce goes 521 to take the round win. Mikey Smith out of Tuscumbia, Alabama. 93 model Ford Mustang on the Summit left-hand side of the racetrack. Sponsored by DC Motorsports and TTC Converters. Kevin Milliken, right-hand side of the racetrack, Greenway, Arkansas, 87 model Ford Mustang, the big block, Chevrolet on board, Jimmy French, Tune Nitrous Oxide, coming in out of Arkansas. Smith and Milligan, Mustangs are paired side by side, two nitrous cars going into the stage scene. Here we go, MX 235. Mike Smith turns it red, Kevin Milligan gets the round win. Smith throws away a 5:15, his best pass of the weekend, to go 21 red. Kevin Milligan strikes the highs, but it doesn't matter. He goes on to round number 2 due to the red light start from Mikey Smith. Jared, Bobby Huff. Jared or Bobby Huff. Jared, please move your truck. Cornu strikes the highs, number 7 qualifier on the trailer. Ray Seegers from Alabama moves on to round number next. Whoever has owned the Toyota Avalon, you've not moved it yet. Team Z is about to jack it up, move it for you. So you haven't moved it. Toyota Avalon, Tennessee tags, number 431-JND. Move your car now. Toyota Avalon behind the grandstand between Holly and Team Z. Brad Medlock, left-hand side of the racetrack, North Little Rock, Arkansas. This car is for sale, built out of Southern Speed. Number 9 qualifier, good for about 18 million different classes. And Sean Ayers' old power plant in it. So Brad Medlock car in the left-hand lane is for sale, real clean coupe. Went down and looked at it earlier today. Number 9 qualifier runs up against Billy Kennedy, number 24 qualifier from Colt, Arkansas. Medlock, Kennedy, 2 Arkansas boys going to show down in round number 1 of MX 235. Medlock having troubles. Billy Kennedy pedals it, brings it back in. 607 for the win. McClellan not making the call, so Brian Tootin right here steps up, gets a competition by your number 17 qualifier. Move on to the next round. Brian Dunlap and Braden Taylor. Dunlap, number 3 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack from Jonesville, Michigan. Nitrous oxide, sponsored by Induction Solutions. Steve Johnson, one of my buddies down in Florida, one of our proud sponsors, sponsoring our winner's circle and all of our winners and runner-up trophies. So we're glad to have Steve Johnson back on board for the 5th straight year of events will be, and I'm proud to have him on board. If you need any nitrous, you go see Steve Johnson. Ron Rose did, and that man's going fast. Braden Taylor, right-hand side of the racetrack, Holt Summit, Missouri, 65 model Mustang. Dunlap hooked up and gone. What a pass. 5:02, best pass of the weekend so far for Dunlap. Goes on to round number 2 with a smoking 5:02 on the 8.5. Marcus Wooten. Marcus Wooten taking the win in the last pair. These people up here talking about losing their life savings from filling up a jet dryer. So, yep, kind of got me off French here. Eric Malone, left-hand side of the racetrack. 98 Camaro. Get a competition by. Competition by outgone in the Camaro. On down the top in 5:05 for the number 2 qualifier, Danny Selman. Jason Collins taking the bow run right here. Greg Metcalf not making the call. Collins hanging the front end out there in the Chevy 2. Checks out at 3:30. Trying not to show his hand there. Little smartness. Little head game right there. See what happens. stands, hang on to your hats. We've got Michael Jordan in the left-hand side. The 7-time NBA champion has gotten behind the race car. Yes, no, I'm being funny here. Michael Jordan, left-hand side of the racetrack, and my gosh, that's great. That's like awesome. Yeah, the man's still making like $18 billion a year. He hires Michael Jordan from Grand Bay, Alabama to come drive his race car. Number 16 qualifier, Jordan. Fixing to roll up here and try to take his shot, see if he can win the NBA Finals once again. How many times did he do that? Like 6 times. Samples is like a Jordan fanatic up here. Basketball fan. His bracket's busted, so don't ask him about his bracket. Hubert Jackson can't make the call. Michael Jordan will get the bye run. Look at Jordan leaving the front end up in the air. 5:53, 124 miles per hour. Hubert Jackson not making the call, so Michael Jordan moves on to round number 2. Pro drag radial. Pro drag radial to the back of the lanes for pairings. Pro drag radial to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Once again, pro drag radial to the back of the lanes for pairings. Butch Kemp rolling up, taking a competition by run as his opponent couldn't make the call. Back out after he broke the beam. Pull him back to the pits. I think they got a little bit of work to do. Try to get ready for round number 2. Once again, pro drag radial. Pro drag radial to the lane, please. Pro drag radial to the rear of staging for pairing. Pro drag radial. Left lane, Terry Holler taking a competition foul right here. Out of Thurmont, Maryland, 86 model Mustang.
All right, Jerry Holler taking advantage of his bye run there, having all kind of problems with 781. Rodriguez coming up Conroe, Texas. W.L. Crane, NRC Racing Engines, Kenny Hubbard Racing, and Miles Racing. Kenny Hubbard, if you're out there watching, listening, man, we hate to miss you this weekend. Hope everything's all right. See you again soon. Kenny, don't miss many of these big events. Okay, folks, let me explain to you why we're having all these buy runs. We promised everybody a 32-car field in this class. Unfortunately, we only had 18 cars, and to eliminate all the buy runs later in the race, in the money round, we're going to get them all done first round. So after this round, there'll be 16 cars, or 8 pairs, and we'll work our way down, 16 days, 4 2 in the winter. So, right now, a little time consuming, but it takes care of the buy runs throughout the rest of the event, and you don't have anybody getting a buy run at 3 cars into the money round. So it looks a little time consuming round 1, but it evens out all the same. I'm thinking some of these guys take another test shot like you saw a minute ago. Mustang having all kind of trouble. It's important for being a higher qualified car. Like that on a buy run, and they come back to win the event. All right, Ronnie Rose Jr. I'm here from Townsend, Delaware, taking up anywhere his dad will let him get a win like inside the distance. Icing on here, out of it. Down Broadway. How about another 504? I believe Money Road 504. Right, left lane, Mark Samples in the Warbird. Taking on Ronnie Rhodes. I'm taking on Jason McGrady over here. Jason on the 64 fair lane. Power 9 sponsor. Takes a little bit over to the right there. Big block forward. I'm talking 585 big block. Oh, straight down Broadway for him. 507. Yes, sir. All the heat of the day, a 507. Left lane, Michael Lady. He's down at Crossville. Tigers Express sponsored Lady Farms Mustang. Qualified number 9 with a 510. He also went a 512. So another race car. Hey, I mentioned Kenny Hubbard. He's out there on the start line. Hello, Kenny. 5049, that's his best CT of the weekend. About 512, 510, 504. Johnson, Grand Ridge, Florida, the Dutchie Johnson House Movement. 90 model Mustang, small block, Ford for power. Auto will help out. Another good straight run, let's see. 509, so he's been 04, 08, 09. All right, little Jolie Manning back around in the Monte Carlo. I never did get qualification if it's a male. Like I say, it doesn't matter. Females are just as good as drivers, if not better, most of the time. Qualified number 13 with a 527. Does 521. Picks it up a little bit. Joel Greathouse, one of the very, very good drivers in small tire racing. I've seen him drive all kind of cars, all kind of classes. And does a really good job in everything you put him in. Good. Riding along the wall, I've seen him keeping off the codes. Does a good job. Oakland, Kentucky, he's sponsored by Bennett Racing Engines, Pressurized Solutions, Benzer Motorsports, NLR Systems, Pro Torque, KBX Performance. 046 Street. Back down to the hundredth of his qualifying. Right, then Rogers, all he has to do, and the rules are kind of lax here, but the general principle is if you have a bye run, we want you to stay to take the ball. Did that, so he advances to the next round. All right, Jeff D, coming up out of Lebanon, Ohio. 90 Mustang, tuned by Kevin Neal, sponsored by BES Racing Engine, Gary Rowe Race Cars, and X-Pound Performance. Mustang qualified 11th at 5:11. All right, my Pro Drag radials, you should already be in the back of the lane for your station. Pro Drag radial should be set up, ready to go. X275, stand by. X275, stand by. Tires there, 155 foot. Hi, Sean Pevler, Cincinnati, Ohio. Sean's double duty in the class. So, fucking both. .503, that's a 10 faster than his qualifying time.
go, Mike Timmis and Daddy Dave. David Comstock, right-hand side of the racetrack, Yukon, Oklahoma. '78 Malibu for Daddy Dave. Big old Pro Charger hanging out the front. Mike Timmis, number 7 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack. Lebanon, Missouri, 02 Trans Am, sponsored by CNR Racing Transmissions. Timmis went 4:18 to get in the number 7 spot, facing number 23, Daddy Dave Comstock. Let's see what happens. Pro Charger versus twin turbocharged. Round number 2 of the baddest cars in the world on drag radials right here at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm no Altucci, but it's kind of halfway work. So, sorry for the people at home that are having to deal with a dumb little redneck that thinks he can set up a racetrack and put on a race because nobody else would do it, so they threw me and Boo. Timmis, Daddy Dave, Timmis on the chip, here we go. Dave turns it red, throws it away. Timmis goes 4:33, clicks it early. Daddy Dave trucks down to a 4:62 after turning it red. Mike Timmis moves on, 4:33 at 161, clicking it early. And he stopped on the racetrack. Cut him off, guys, cut him off. Timmis down on the top end, stops off early. Looks like he may have some issues. Mike Timmis slowed up, stops early on there on the racetrack. Looks like he may have had some issues, so he pulled over quickly and stopped safely and as quickly as he could. Takes the win light though for Timmis, 4:33 at 161 miles per hour. Daddy Dave in the Malibu makes the best pass of the weekend for them so far at a 4:62, but throws it away on a 37 red light. Jason Rucker. Hoot. Hoot. Answer your phone. Answer your phone. Answer your phone. Got something on track at 1,000 foot. Whoop, never mind. Somebody's got it. Thank you, buddy. Side by side, smoky burnouts out of the pair coming onto the track. We got Brad Edwards, Asheville, North Carolina, the first man to dip into the 3-second range last year at Huntsville's Radio Fest. Edwards in the 97 model Mustang tuned by Pete Harrell and himself, HED horsepower under the hood. Kyle Sport in the house with him this weekend, making sure those turbos are getting it done. Pete, Chad, getting him all lined up. Speaking of Chad, he's got Chad in the right lane. Chad Henderson, purging out the nitrous systems. Monty Smith Performance, lining him up. The 87 Grand National, 738 cubic inches of big block horsepower between the frame rails of the Buick. Tuned by Monty Smith, sponsored by PTC and Chris Terry Racing. Chad Henderson, your number 28 qualifier, snuck into the field. Now he's got one of the baddest men on the planet. Brad Edwards, number 12 qualifier here, been struggling just a touch. But Edwards trying to bottle it all up and go to the next round. See who gets down to the money. Calls into the quarterfinals. We got Edwards, Chad Henderson, Ford versus Buick, twin turbocharged versus nitrous oxide. Bonnie Smith, both boys waiting to turn the race packs on. They're on. They step back. Chad sticks it in the stage beam. Hits it on the brake. Edwards goes in. Here we go. Henderson turns it red. Stands it on the bumper. Edwards out and gone. 4:16 at 186 miles per hour for Brad Edwards. 4:16 at a $186. 113.60 foot for the boys out of North Carolina. Henderson having issues. Pulls over Carly. Looks like he may get on off the racetrack for us. Thank you, Chad. Keeping it rolling. Brad Edwards moves on down to 8 cars. The Mustang. Here we go. Chad Parkhurst. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Marshall, Missouri. 68 model Camaro. And the Woody, Mark Woodruff. Number 3 qualifier with his personal best of a 4:08. Woody is ready to go. Arnold, Missouri. Got 2 Missouri boys doing battle right here. Woodruff with the 2010 Corvette ZR1. 622 cubic inches of Nelson competition under the hood. Garrett, twin turbocharged out of the Team M&M camp. Mark Mickey standing beside the race car, making sure he's good to go. Woody getting ready to stick it in the beams. Got Chad Parkhurst, number 19 qualifier with the Pro-Charged Camaro. Let's see what happens. Out and gone, side by side. Woodruff rolls in the power, back door, 4:16, 189 miles per hour. Woody moves on to 8. Woodruff, Missouri, trucks on another car. So Woody going on, 4:16 at a $189. And the Arnold, Missouri Corvette camp and Team M&M goes on another round. Enzo Pacini coming in out of Woodbridge, Ontario, Canada. Pro-Charged 88 model Mustang with a 521 cubic inch Brad Anderson Hemi sitting below the hood. Enzo, sponsored by Mayhem Cycle, your number 29 qualifier, snuck into the field, busted off an excellent run and put number 4 on the trailer in round number 1. And now he faces number 20 on the sheet, Mr. Bruce Johnson out of Jacksonville, Alabama, driving a gorgeous 98 model Trans Am, 632 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted horsepower. X275, load up. X275, load up, guys. X, load up. Here we go, Enzo, Bruce Johnson, Pro Drag Radial. Who goes down to 8 cars to face off with Brad Edwards, Mark Woodruff, and the rest of the bunch? It's going to be one, you know what race. It's rolling right here, and Enzo into the beam. Johnson goes in. Johnson goes up as the pedal. Enzo straight as a string. 420. Look at the miles per hour out of the Pro Charger car. 193 miles per hour. That VP Racing Fuels LC7's doing some work. Enzo goes down to 8 and brings Canada into the battle of the state. Enzo at a $193 with a 110 60 foot. Number 1 qualifier coming under the tower. Jason Mahalik from Cypress, Texas. Billy Stockland, Frankie Taylor, Bad Niner Racing. The new world record holder, with a 397. And who does he have in the right lane? That's right, who? Mike Jones. That big old loud blower car just shakes your bones as he rolls it through the burnout box. Jason Mahalik, the new drag radial world record holder with a 3.979 blast at over 194 miles per hour, your number one qualifier right here at the Outlaw Streetcar Union and Pro Drag Radial. And let's see what the man, Billy Stockman and Frankie Taylor, have loaded in the computer right here. Track is tight. Air's getting better. That big old screw-blown Hemi is loving some air. Mark Samples makes the call, says it's going to go in 0-2. Mike Jones says, I got something for him. Jones is ready to go with the Bennett Racing engine. B&B race cars built 08 Cobalt with 598 cubic inches of twin-turbo power. Try and load up the screw-blown Hemi, piloted by Mahalik and tuned by the man, BS, Billy Stockman. Jones goes on the tip. Mahalik sticks it in shallow. Here we go. Lights are down. Jones strikes the tires. Mahalik out the back. 409. Whoa, miles per hour. Something's wrong on the miles per hour there. That right there would be a world record if it stood, ladies and gentlemen. If that man went 660 miles per hour, he ain't getting her stopped in one shoot. Donald Long is on the way to come measure the miles per hour cones right now. Donald Long has just boarded into his car and rolled all the way to Memphis, and he's going to measure the cones for us. Jason Mahalik, 409 with a 108.60, and yes, that 60-foot is legit. Love you, buddy. 660 miles per hour on 409. But it wasn't in the snow this time. Just got word over 4,400 people in the chat room on Motor Mania TV. Thanks to Southern Speed Racing, 74 Auto, Comp Cams, Ultimate Converter Concepts, M&M Transmission, and DragRadioMedia.com for providing the free live feed so everybody back at home can sit there on the laptop and go, I wish I was in this. Yep, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We definitely couldn't do it without them. Have a lot of help to get this race going, and tell you what, it's been a blast. It is about dang near killed us all, but hey, we're having a good time and we're gonna get it done. Hey, guys that think you're being slick stealing the banners, the announcer saw you. Hey, good to see you. This will look really cool in the shop. Oh, he called me out on the loudspeaker. Let me put that back up. Oh, geez, let me sling that back over the fence. Oh, dang. Oh, man, that was going to look really good in the trailer. Oh, dang. You going to put that back up for me? Thanks, buddy. You gotta be a little more sneaky than that. The other half of the Bad Niner Racing, Kyle Yattel, Cypress, Texas, 2002 Chevrolet Camaro, 903 cubic inches of big block TRE racing engine power. In the right lane, Don LaManna, Hudson, Florida, 88 model Mustang LS under the hood from Proline. ProFab Performance Plus on board. Stand-ups and hyperactive on the back window. How you tell, the nitrous entry coming in out of Texas, Team Texas. Let's see who takes this Battle of the States money, and Team Texas is looking strong with Bad Niner Racing. John LaManna says, well, I'm from Florida and I'd like to take it off. Both cars, free stage, LaManna going on the chip. You tell, fixing to blink it in there. Look at the nitrous entry, turning the flames on. Billy Stockman nitrous, 413 out of the nitrous car, 187 miles per hour. How you tell, still showing that nitrous can go fast. Don LaManna, 476, losing time, had him on the tree by a ton, but you tell, made up the difference with a 110 60 foot. Them candles were lit down there. All the photographers are like, man, I hope I got that. Tim Kincaid, Thornhill, Tennessee, your number 9 qualifier on 275. Looks like he has a competition by Shane Novak. Cannot make the call, so Tim Kincaid, coming in out of Tennessee, will get his comp by, move on to round number 3, go down to 8 cars here at the Battle of the States in the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. Kincaid on the tip, turns her loose, drops the back end, there she goes, hiking the left front, 430, a buck 86. Repeats her run from earlier. Tim Kincaid, 4.30 seconds at 186 miles per hour. Richard Reagan, get a competition by right here. Mel Collier couldn't make the call. Outlaw 275 to the rear of staging for pairings. Outlaw 275 to the rear of staging for pairings. Once again, Outlaw 275 to the rear of staging for pairings. Clint Bounds, your number 3 qualifier, left-hand side of the racetrack, Yukon, Oklahoma. ProCharge F1X on board the 427 cubic inches small block Chevrolet. Your number 3 qualifier is facing off with one of the toughest small block cars in the country. Number 19 on the sheet, but it doesn't matter. Justin Curry, Beach City, Texas, 68 model Camaro. 2 weeks ago, this man stood it on the bumper at Denton, Texas. Car fell on its driver's side, and he has rebuilt the entire car just to make Memphis. Just to make Memphis, to come here and support and put Texas on the map. Justin Curry got it done. Is here and is on the line at round number 2 right here in Memphis. Here we go, side by side, top in, who gets it? What a race, Clint Downs takes it. 464 beats a 468. Downs had a whole shot advantage, carried it all the way down the racetrack. 111.60 for Clint, 113 for Justin Curry. Clint Downs moves on to round number 3. Mike Kelly, North Richland Hills, Texas. Turbocharged 1990 model Mustang. 400 cubic inches of small block Ford horsepower. Tuned by HPP Racing. Qualified at the number 12 position with a 461. He's got one tough customer in the right-hand lane, Jeff Coletta, out of Walker, Louisiana, 91 model Mustang. 583 cubic inches of big block. Nitrous-assisted horsepower. Your number 5 qualifier went a 456 to earn that position, and he is hoping to go on to the next round and take out the Texas runner, Mike Kelly. Both drivers, free stage. Coletta goes in. Kelly builds the boost. Here we go. Coletta rides out the wheel stand, drops it down. Can he hold him off? No. Kelly trucks around him on the top end. 463 with a 6. 159 miles per hour. Jeff Coletta had a whole shot. Rode out a wheel stand. Couldn't drop it down in time. 472 losing time for Coletta. What a great side-by-side race. Your X275 world record holder. Rolling in the left side of the water box, Jared Johnston went 444 at Denton, Texas 2 weeks ago down at North Star. Jared, number 6 qualifier here at the Outlaw Streetcar Union in Memphis with a 457, sponsored by CBM Technology. Right-hand lane, he's got one tough customer, B&B Race Cars, the man himself, Darren Brode. Hasn't drove in 2 years. Marty Piercy couldn't make it. Darren drove Wednesday night to Alabama to go get the motor. Put it in Wednesday night, was here on Thursday and rocking. Outlaw 275, Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 275 to the rear staging for bearings. Outlaw 275. Jared Johnson, Darren Brode, 2 turbocharged cars, both tuned by KDX Performance. Number 6 qualifier for Johnson, number 22 for Darren Brode. Both drivers going on the ship. Let's see what happens. Brode turns it red. Johnson gets the automatic victory, 459 and 160. Darren Brode goes 460. Would have had a shot to get him. Brode turns it 11 red. Throws away a 460, but by far the best pass for the Challenger ever. Marty Piercy is a happy man right now. Wherever Marty is, I'm sure he's watching the live feed going, that's my car, and it just went 460. It's going to be a bright season for the Challenger. Ron Rose, the world's quickest, 23 degrees, small block Chevrolet out of the BES Racing Engines Camp. Your number 2 qualifier. Qualified yesterday at a 449 and a $1.55. Steve Johnson, Induction Solutions on board the Leaf Spring Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand lane, Kit Long from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Precision turbocharged. Matt Bell out front, gets Kit lined up in the groove exactly where he needs to be. Little Ronnie Rhodes out front getting his dad, Ron. The Delaware team themselves lined up in the beams. Let's see who goes down to 8 cars and takes their state one step closer to that $10,000 Battle of the States bonus. Rhodes turns it red. Oh my goodness, Ron Rhodes turns it red. Throws away a 455. Rhodes goes 004 red. Throws it away. Kip Long takes the automatic victory. 463 over Rhodes 455. Rhodes goes 004 red to load it on the trailer. Kip Long and Team Oklahoma one step closer to the $10,000 Battle of the States bonus. Number one qualifier, Rich Bruder, last year's champion. Can Bruder double up here at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion? Sean Ayers in the left-hand lane says, I don't think so. Ayers, Corinth, Mississippi. Precision turbocharged, tuned by Wade Hopkins of Southern Speed Racing. Sponsored by Proline Racing, Speedwire, VP Fuels, and Proformance Transmissions. Has got one tough task on his hands with the Bruder brothers. Pops gives him the good luck pump on the roof. Gives her the Attaboy and Atomizer 3 racing injectors on the back of the crew shirts. Brother Nick, crew chief, puts him in the beams. Daniel putting in Sean Ayers. One heck of a matchup right here. Rematch of the final round of Radio Fest at Huntsville as well. Just thought about that. Bruder took the hand on that one. Let's see if Ayers can get some redemption. Bruder, number one qualifier. Ayers, number 16. Both precision turbocharged. Let's see what happens. Ayers with the hole shot, top end of the racetrack. Bruder gets him, sneaks around by .015. 454 beats a 457, best race of the day so far. Ayers had him on the tree. Bruder needed every bit of the 159 miles per hour to sneak around him on the top end. Kevin Shrimster, brand new car, tuned by KBX Performance, Tony, Alabama, 2000 model Mustang, 440 cubic inch small block Ford, the slick black Ford Mustang on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side, your number 10 qualifier, Eric Stu, out of Beach City, Texas, 2003 model Ford Mustang, small block Ford, under the hood, precision turbocharged, sponsored by NLR Motorsport Electronics, one of our great sponsors here at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. Santha, Wolf drive line with a 460, putting him at number 10. Can he knock off Kevin Shrimster? Looking strong with a brand new car, tuned by KBX. Green lights the pair, out and gone. Side by side, top end, Eric Stu, 464, a $157. Will take the win and go down to 8 cars. Team Texas puts another one. Texas is looking strong in both classes. Woo! Prime time matchup right here. Number 8 and number 9 on the qualifying sheet. Team Marinas, last season's runner-up. Whitestone, New York, left-hand side of the racetrack. Speed Tech Nitrous on board, Mike Castellana. Funny story and funny fact about them two. Tucci told me this last year. I didn't believe it. It's true. Dean Marinas and Mike Castellana used to street race back in the day on the streets of New York. That's how they got tied up together. BES Racing engines under the hood for Marinas. Speed Tech Nitrous on board. Sean Line, Panama City, Florida. The second race out with his brand new car out of Mike Duffy Race Cars. One immaculate piece of work for Sean Line. Mark Biddle of Panhandle Performance sticks him in the beam. Fine, your number 9 qualifier to 459. Marinas, your number 8 qualifier to 457. Fine, going on the chip. Marinas is in. Line rolls the beam.
you don't want your kids seeing the language, you don't need to be saying it. Okay? You have to type that stuff in. It's not like when you're talking and it just comes out. You actually have to type that stuff in. I will not tolerate it here.
Darren Hildebrand, Randy Matlock. Side by side, who gets it on the top end? Hildebrand with the small block car. 458, 160 miles per hour out of the Team Z Motorsports. Kevin Neal 2, Darren Hildebrand moves on another round for Team Ohio. Marty Stinnett, left-hand side of the racetrack, Southern Speed tuned, 96 model Ford Mustang, twin turbocharged, runs up against the KBX runner, Charles Hull. Side by side, Sennett on the bumper, pedals it, drops it down, it comes around him. Sennett drops the pedal, comes around Hull on the top end. Jeff Burns' power was getting it done. Wade Hopkins is going, that wasn't supposed to happen. So Marty Sennett, 442, takes out Hull's 464 and moves on to round number 3 of Outlaw 275. Pro Torque converters on board. My good friend Joe up in New York. I'm sure you're watching on, Joe. Wish you were here, buddy. M&M transmissions on board. Mark Mickey as well. Craig Andre. Man, look at these two cars. This is not a car show, guys. Billy Driscoll is not here with the mother's polish and taking up tickets. You boys are at a race. Craig Andre, 68 model Firebird. Steve Morris engine. Pro Charger. Off the front, number 5 qualifier for Mitchell, number 12 for Craig Andre. Here we go. Green lights affair, side by side. Top end guard, Barry Mitchell, 437. That car is a bracket machine. $171. Craig Ondrick with a new personal best, 444 at 170, but he just couldn't 60 foot with that racecraft built Mustang. Diff Hudson, Concord, North Carolina, 80 model Zephyr, single precision turbocharger. You could stick your head in the middle of this 118 millimeter turbo off the front of Diff Hudson's Zephyr. Racecraft incorporated on board. MX 235, MX 235, need you to the lane. MX 235 to the rear staging preparing. MX 235 to the rear staging preparing. Alex Showes, right hand side, Mendenhall, Mississippi. The Reaper. Steve Johnson's Induction Solutions on board. Team Z Motorsports Suspension. Leash Electronics, Salvato Design. Helping out the Showes team out of Mississippi. Mark Mincer, the Shock Nerd. Looking on, hoping that his boy Showes can lay down a number and take his number 4 qualified Mustang down to 8. Stiff, outgone, A to B, 439 out of Hudson, single turbocharged. What a hit for Ziff in the North Carolina team. $174 on the top end. Showes still having issues. I sure hate that for that team. Great bunch of guys. They fought some issues, and I know they don't want me to talk about it, but I know what's going on, and I sure hate it for them. Kyle Meganson, left-hand side of the racetrack. Jackson, Mississippi. 02 Camaro, 632 cubic inches, a big block. Chevrolet, Bobby Crutch, right-hand lane. Last year's Outlaw 275 runner-up. Little Rock, Arkansas with the 02 Trans Am. Josh Lindsay, the big Texan out front. Getting Kruk all lined up, ready to go. Twin turbochargers on the number 9 qualified 02 Trans Am in the right-hand lane. Meganson, nitrous oxide for the number 8 qualifier. Should be an excellent side-by-side race right here at Memphis International Raceway at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. Builds the boot. Lights are in. Here we go. Sparks going everywhere out of Meganson's car. He holds it in. He doesn't care. Kruk 450 with a 4, best pass of the weekend. Crux, best pass of the weekend right there, 450 with a 4. Moves on, down to 8 cars. Beginson, sparks were flying everywhere out from underneath the Camaro to go 454. With the Capri and Kevin Neal and the right-hand drive VP Racing Fuels on board. Mark Menser shock tube, 71 right-hand drive Capri with the Stew Man behind the wheel. Yes, I'm not kidding. This car just got off of a boat last Thursday in LA Pier. Came across the pond to come race in the United States, and his first race of the season is right here at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. Robert Culver, Huntsville, Alabama-based 98 model Pro Charge Ford Mustang with Lions Custom Motorsports. Doing a lot of chassis work for that bunch. Stu, ready to go. Already got the pre-stage bulb on, so they mate waiting on you. Lights are down. They're out and gone side by side. Culver looks like he's pulling away. 448, 169 miles per hour. Stewie goes 481 at a $1.53. Not too bad for a car that's rode on a boat for the last 3 months. Congratulations, Stewie. Went a couple of rounds here with us. Glad to have you. Brandon Carter, left-hand side of the racetrack, Maryland Heights, Missouri. 03 model Mustang, 481X, in between the frame rails, twin turbocharged. Stapleton, right-hand side of the racetrack, 07 model Mustang. Carter, Stapleton, Missouri and Illinois. Turbos versus nitrous. Stapleton sneaks it in right at the last second. Here we go. Carter turns it red. Stapleton out and gone. Aaron, 468, a $1.53. Brandon Carter turns it 005 red and will go back to Missouri with an 11:15 losing time. Aaron Stapleton, Plainfield, Illinois, with the Fast Forward Race Cars 2007 Mustang will go another round with a 4.68 second blast. All right, here we go. Fire them up in the water. MX 235 to the lanes. MX 235 to the lanes. MX 235 to the lanes. Daddy Dave Comstock, Yukon, Oklahoma, 78 model Malibu. Got his hands full with one of the fastest men on 275. Chris Tootin, Hellion, South Carolina, 87 model Mustang 481X. Under the hood with twin turbocharged Comstock. We just a itty bitty F3 Pro Charger with Big Block Chevrolet, number 32 qualifier, Daddy Dave. Can he pull off another upset and take out Chris Tootin, or will Tootin move on for South Carolina? Side by side, here we go, top in, who gets it? 4.30 seconds at 180 miles per hour on the 275, his best pass of the weekend. 1:12.60 for Chris Tootin, looking strong going down to the quarterfinals in Outlaw 275. Bill Hines, left-hand side of the racetrack, number 14 qualifier for the 457. Can Hines take out the number 3 qualifier all the way from the West Coast, Cali? Norman Chang, the 88 model Mustang, Garrett, twin turbocharged. Turns it red. Bill Hines down and gone, 4.60 seconds. Bill Hines on the win right there. Chain turns it red. A lot of smoke on the top end. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street, need you to the lanes, guys. Ultra, need you to the lanes, please. Ultra Street. Side by side, first route, MX235, stop in. Wind light goes to Danny Tellman, needed every bit of it. Reed was 0003 on the tree, but needed a little bit more on the top end. Danny Tellman. Ultra Street to the lanes, Ultra. Here we go, next pair up, MX235, Donnie Branham, Travis Eagleman. Eagleman turns it red, Donnie Branham goes another round, stops the clocks with a 5:02, best pass yet, on the 235. So Branham, the Missouri-based runner, gets it done and moves on. Brian Dunlap, Jonesville, Michigan, number 3 qualifier, will face off against number 19 qualifier Craig Fowler from Brighton, Tennessee. Just got word that our special guest, our Grand Marshal, Miss Montana Worthley, would like to wish her mother, Miss Tina, happy birthday tomorrow. Miss Tina, happy birthday from us as well. All of us here at Memphis and Southern Speed Promotions, happy birthday. We're so glad to have y'all here. Blessed to have got to know you over the last couple of weeks. Great, great family. You're all in our prayers, and we are wishing y'all the best. Hannah strong, baby. Stay strong, bud. Brian Dunlap, Craig Fowler. Dunlap been laying it down on the 8.5, and Fowler getting it going with the local car, getting close, starting to figure it out a little bit more, so let's see what happens. Just got word that we had 33 total states represented here at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion, and 2 countries, Canada and Australia and America. Oh yeah, forgot about them people. Last pair, Kyle Bruce took that win. Sorry, guys, got a little distracted up here. I missed it, sorry. Marcus Wooten, Pikeville, Tennessee, 64 Chevy 2, number 4 qualifier. And Jason Collins over here in the right-hand lane. Wooten asleep at the tree, smokes the tires. Jason Collins cuts out. 5:34. Marcus Wooten must have been distracted or something because he just flat missed it. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street to the lanes, please. Ultra to the lanes. Brian Tootin, Sean Pavler, right here, next pair, MX 235. Pavler turns it red. Oh my goodness, Pavler turns it red, throws away a 494. Brian Tootin, 514, takes the win at 152 miles per hour. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street to the lanes. Eric Malone, left-hand side of the racetrack, PTC runner from Alabama. Ray Seegers, also from Alabama, 89 model Mustang. Malone with a nitrous car, Seegers, I think he's got a turbo car to be honest. Malone strikes the tire, gets back in it, can he run him down? No, Ray Seegers takes the win, 542, 129 miles per hour. Eric Malone, 556 at 135, losing time. Kevin Milliken, competition by run from Greenway, Arkansas, 87 model Ford Mustang with a big block under the hood. right here, go right down Broadway to come back for the next round. 683 at 108. Ultra Street, if you're not here, you need to be here. Ultra, if you are not here, you need to be here. Here we go, Ultra Street coming to the water box. We got Terry Holler and Joel Greathouse. Joel Greathouse, one of the greatest racers of all time in the NMRA and NCA ranks. Took a couple of years off. John Kalifas wanted to put together an Ultra Street combination, and by gosh, he called the man. I'm glad to see Joel back out wheeling a race car, one of my best friends. He's just a good old country boy from Kentucky. Precision turbocharged, tuned by KBX. But Terry Holler, sitting in the Maryland, sitting in the left lane, coming from Maryland, will try to shut down the turbocharged entry of Greathouse. Out and gone, Greathouse, whole shot advantage, takes it all the way down to the top end. 496 in Ultra Street. That's 76 millimeters doing work. Johnny K, 144 miles per hour. Danny Finch and Charlie Johnson coming up now. Finch out of Searcy, Arkansas, 87 model, Monte Carlo, 588 cubic inches of big block. Chevrolet horsepower in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Charlie Johnson, right lane, Grand Ridge, Florida. Small block forward, Ducky Johnson House Movers team. See if the Florida-based bunch can lay down the law and put the Arkansas bunch on the trailer. Pro Drag Radio. Pro Drag Radio, this is your call. Pro Drag Radio, this is your call to the lanes. Out and gone. Finch knocks the tire off. Charlie Johnson out the back door. 512, 137 miles per hour. The nitrous entry moves on another round. Good to see Patrick Clenny back out here after his hard wreck yesterday. Glad to see him standing up on the starting line and having a good time. Talked to him earlier today. He's still a little beat up, but he's okay, and out here messing with all of us knuckleheads. They did a full body scan on him, and the only thing that came back was said he was retarded, which we already all knew that. Michael Jordan in the left-hand side of the racetrack, Grand Bay, Alabama. That's still the Bonnie. That is now my favorite racer here. The 6-time NBA World Champion, Michael Jordan. Mark Rogers, right-hand side of the racetrack, your number 1 qualifier with a blistering 489. Rogers builds the boost. Jordan goes on the chip. Jordan stands it up in the air. Rogers has issues. Can he hold him off? No! Michael Jordan takes the win. Rogers, I think he may have hurt the motor on that one. Had a big flash out from underneath the hood. Jordan comes around him after the huge wheel stand, and Rogers goes out right there. What a big hit. Blew, had a fire pop there for a second, missed. Joe Lee Manning, left-hand side, Knoxville, Arkansas. 06 Mustang, 632 cubic inch big block, naturally aspirated. The number 13 qualifier. Right-hand lane, Jason McGrain, Greenwood, Indiana, 1964 Fairlane, 585 cubic inch, big block forward, nitrous assisted in the right lane, naturally aspirated in the left. Number 4 qualifier, Jason McGrain. Don't see these Fairlanes very much. Jolie turns it red, hands it away. McGrain goes all the way, 513 at 135. Ronnie Rhodes, right-hand side of the racetrack, Delaware-based Rhodes Custom Auto, your number 8 qualifier, 504. Kids under 18 cannot be anywhere near the starting line area. Got to be on this side of the fence. This side meaning the other side, not the side that you're on. Michael Lane, left-hand side of the racetrack, Crossville, Tennessee. Here we go, Rhodes is in, Lane's in, Lane turns it red, Ronnie Rhodes goes another round right here at Ultra Street. 5:02, best pass of the weekend for little Ronnie. Rhodes getting it done, Sam's happy, going to pick him up. Ronnie Rhodes goes another round right here at Ultra Street. Jeff Jinks and Devin Dew right here. Dew out of Arkansas, naturally aspirated. Jeff Jinks, right-hand side. Devin Dew, left-hand side. Dew, left-hand side, number 6 qualifier with a 5:03. Right-hand side, Jeff Jinks with a 5:11 was number 11 qualifier, but it's race day, it's eliminations. Qualifying don't mean wow. Got the candles lit. Top end charge. Jinks on the win. 5:02. 138 miles per hour. Devin Dew, 5:34, losing time. Butch Kemp taking the bye run. Listen to this naturally aspirated spot block. Butch Kemp, Michigan. Here we go. Look at that NA car shifting them gears. Kemp grabs third, top end, 497 for Ultra. 497 at 140 miles per hour. Pro Drag Radial needs you to the lanes. Pro Drag Radial needs you to the lanes preparing. Pro Drag Radial needs you to the lanes preparing. Hooch and the Dream Team fixing to lay down some prep. As soon as we finish up right here in Ultra Street, Kenny Rodriguez, tuned by Hubbard on the back. Kenny Hubbard Racing, Little Kenny in the truck. Sean Pevlar, right-hand side of the racetrack, Cincinnati, Ohio. One of the toughest racers in the parking lot. Little Kenny, number 5 on the qualifying sheet. Pevlar, number 12. But Pevlar's been in the 4s all day on 8.5. Outgone, Rodriguez spins at Templar. Outgone, handles lit, 5:03, 140 miles per hour. Right there in Ultra Street. Templar goes another round. Here we go, round number 3, quarterfinal action, Pro Drag Radial, Enzo Pacini, Woodbridge, Ontario, Canada, 88 model Mustang, 521 cubic inches of Hemi horsepower. Brad Edwards, right-hand side, 555 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet horsepower, coming out of Harrell engine and dyno, Garrett twin turbocharged. Here we go, the final 8. Last man standing. Enzo Pacini, Brad Edwards, the first 2 coming out of the box. Pro Charger power for Enzo, number 29 qualifier. That just goes to show you qualifying don't mean squat as long as you get in the top 32. Brad Edwards, number 12 qualifier, clearing out. The HDD horsepower, Powell Sport, Team Z Motorsports, Ford Mustang. Both drivers pre-stage. Enzo rolls in. Edwards building the boost. Bumps in. Here we go. Side by side. Who gets it on top end? Edwards pulls it off. 410, 416 for Enzo. Side by side. Loud 315. Drag radial action right there at Memphis. The fans in the stands that are still here are on their feet. Enzo 195 miles per hour out of the Pro Charger. They were exact on 60 foot. Edwards pulled away to the middle. Enzo came trucking back on the top end, but he just couldn't get there. Brad Edwards goes to the final 4 at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion.
Come on, guys, every minute counts. We got to go. Rock and roll, be in your car. Let's go.
Tim Kincaid rolling in the water box, right-hand lane. Twin turbocharged, number 9 qualifier, left-hand lane, Jason Mahalik. Number 1 qualifier, the new world record holder, 397.9 to take the number 1 spot right here at the OSCR to get the number 1 qualifier bonus. And Outlaw Drag Radio presented by Tabitha Sizemore Photography. But here he comes, Mahalik, the screw-blown Hemi. Billy Stockland gives him the okay. Tim Kincaid lights up the 275s in the right lane. Mahalik shaking the ground here in Memphis. They could feel that down on Beale Street. B.B. King just wondered what happened. Mahalik is ready to roll. Billy Stockland keeping his driver calm, cool, and collected. Frankie Taylor, he's got the nickname Madman for a reason. He's running around like a madman. Frankie Stockland, 2 of the baddest men ever to tune a race car, and they're both on 1. Brain, trust, is power. Isn't that what they say? Or knowledge is power? Knowledge is power. Well, them two boys right there, they've got knowledge. But let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Kincaid has been there all day long. He has ripped off pass after pass, consistent, whether it was cold, hot, snowing, burning up, whatever. Kincaid has gone down this racetrack. Jason Mahalik has as well, but he cannot slip up right here, or Kincaid will put him on the trailer. Mahalik, number 1 qualifier. Kincaid, number 9, quarterfinals, Pro Drag Radio, right here at Memphis. Kincaid turns it red. Mahalik out the back door. Wants to shoot early and goes a 410. He jumps the laundry early and goes a 410. The early numbers look good. Drops to 189 miles per hour. Kincaid turns it 002 red. Was there if he slipped. If Mahalik would have slipped and Kincaid turned it green, he went 425 and was there if he slipped. Mike Chemist doesn't make the call. Richard Reagan takes a competition by run. Richard Reagan taking a competition by right here. Rutledge, Tennessee, moving on to the final four with Jason Mahalik and Brad Edwards. Mark Woodruff. Woody, number 3 qualifier, has a competition by Kyle Hutel. Cannot make the call. MX 235. MX 235 needs you to the lanes for pairings. MX 235 needs you to the lanes for pairings. Woody going to take a comp by and goes down to 4. We've got Brad Edwards from North Carolina. Jason Mahalik from Texas. Mark Woodruff from Missouri. And Richard Reagan from Tennessee. Woody turns it loose. Spins the tire. They had it wicked up. Woody going to coast on down. I'm sure they had it turned up. Hey, got a test shot? Whatever. Brent, you ever turned up? Little. The final four, Pro Drag Radial right here at Memphis. Brad Edwards, Team North Carolina. Jason Mahalik, Team Texas. Richard Reagan. Just got word we are going to have a prime time matchup next round. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your hats. Jason Mahalik versus Brad Edwards. Next round. And Jason Mahalik will have lane choice by 0.02 of a second. Is it possible? Can it happen? Pooch has laid down the VP all day. Dream Team has been in the house. And is it possible next round, Mahalik and Edwards side by side, can we see the first ever side by side 3-second pass right here at Memphis? Woodruff and Richard Reagan will show down in the other semifinals. And, oh, good boy, it's going to be good. We are rolling X275 into the water right now. X275, here we go. Sean Lyon, left-hand side of the racetrack, number 9 qualifier, 4:59 on the qualifying sheet. The right-hand lane, number 1, Rich Bruder. Bruder, right-hand side of the racetrack, precision turbocharged. Nick gives him the okay. Mark Biddle walks back from Sean Lyon's car. Here we go. Mustangs a pair. Twins, both of them turbocharged. Lyons, Bruder, both built boost. Here we go. Lions rolls through the beans. 449 for Rich Bruder. 159 miles per hour. Holy smokes. Bruder has got her running out the back door. MX 235, pull to the front of the lanes. 235, pull to the front of the lanes. Darren Hildebrand, left-hand side of the racetrack, number 4 qualifier from Ohio. Right-hand lane, Mike Kelly out of Texas. Ohio versus Texas. Small block nitrous versus small block turbo. Racers, if you are owed money, racers, if you got in the money, come to the tower. Come to the tower, please. Racers, if you get in the money rounds, please come to the tower and pick up your cash or check or money or whatever you want to call it. Your prize. Lose it 8 cars. 8 cars or less, you are in the money. 8 cars or less, you are in the money. So if you get in the money round, come see us in the tower. Darren Hildebrand, Mike Kelly. Hildebrand sponsored by Team C Motorsports, Mincer Motorsports, Bradco Converters, and a host of others. Mike Kelly, Morgan & Sons Racing Engines on board. Gonna be a matchup right here. 2 fast cars in X275. Kelly waiting on Hildebrand. Hildebrand waiting on Kelly. Hildebrand goes in shallow. Kelly builds the boost, rolls it in. Here we go. Side by side, top in Hildebrand. Candles lit. Holds on it with a 456 on the small block car. 108.60 foot for Darren Hildebrand. Takes the win. Hildebrand 456 over Mike Kelly's 463. Eric Stu, Beach City, Texas, 03 Mustang, 362 cubic inch small block Ford. Precision turbocharged number 10 qualifier right here in the quarterfinals of the OSCR. Kit Long, right hand side of the racetrack, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 89 model Mustang with a small block Ford under the hood. Matt Bell, lining up Kit, precision turbocharged Ford Mustang. Kit qualified in the number 18 slot, Stu, number 10. What we got on this one? Bobby, what we got? 5, 10, 20, 100? What we got? Bobby, you losing money down there or what? Stu's in. Long's in. Stu turns it red. Kit Long will move on. Stu turns it red, throws away a 461. Kit Long, 462, winning time at 152. Ultra Street to the lanes. Ultra Street. Ultra Street to the lanes preparing. Ultra Street. Ultra Street to the lanes preparing. Jared Johnson taking a competition by his opponent Clint Downs, not making the call. Johnston, number 6 qualifier, X275 world record holder, went 444 down at Denton, been fighting it since. Johnny K gives him the okay sign, backs away and says, okay, let's see what it goes. Johnston spins the tire. Still trying to get it all figured out. They're scratching their heads all weekend. Racers, racers. you can, please turn around with us as soon as you can. Racers, turn around as soon as you can. Get stuff back and cooled off and race packs loaded in and tunes and all that good stuff. Racers, work with us as much as you can. Looking at the forecast, maybe fighting a little bit of weather tonight, so we want to get this race in as bad as you do. So everybody work with us and try to come on and get it done. Everybody work with us and call whenever you're called to the lanes come up. We'll try to give you plenty of time to cool down, but we're also going to have to go on and push it a little. So everybody turn them around as quick as you can. Turn them around as quick as you can. Here we go, rolling into Outlaw 275, the Elite 8, Final 8 right here. Barry Mitchell, left-hand side of the racetrack, number 5 qualifier, Hamptonville, North Carolina. The 92 model, racecraft built, Ford Mustang, 762 cubic inches of Papa Dean Fulton power. Nitrous-assisted car from Mitchell on the left-hand side. Right-hand lane, Ziff Hudson. One of the wheelchair mafia boys getting the CO2 bottle on, making sure it's ready to go. Shuts the door on the Zephyr and says, Ziff, you're ready to go. Barnett boys getting him lined up. Precision turbocharged. Big block Chevy under the hood of Ziff Zephyr. You can't plan that. I mean, that's like awesome. Ziff Zephyr. Hudson builds the boost, goes in, lights are down. Hudson turns it red. Hudson throws it away, goes 436. Matches Barry Mitchell. Side by side, 436s. Hudson turns it red, throws it away on the starting line. Barry Mitchell takes the win, 436 with a 1 at 171 miles per hour. Somebody may need to go help her. She is stuck to the racetrack. LC7 gets another one. LC7 may get 2 of them here tonight. And here we go. We're going to try this one more time. Oh, here we go. We're going down. Who needs shoes? Screw it. I got it. We're good. We're good. All right. Feel high. LC7, not sponsored by Nike. Endorsed by VP, hated by shoe companies. No, shoe companies, they love us. We tear them up, they have to go buy new ones. We're keeping Reebok in business. Robert Culver, left-hand side. Huntsville, hey. She's trying it again. We're going to go with round number 6 this time, see if she can get out of the shoes. All right, she lines up field. Stop. Please stop. Don't run over my foot. That's exactly what she is saying right now. You better stop. You're not doing it. Boy, if you don't quit, she's stuck again. Somebody help the poor lady. She is out of her shoes for the second time in less than 30 seconds. Nike, we're calling you in the morning. Robert Culver, Phil Hines, 2 Pro Charger Mustangs. I can't help it up here. We're having a ball. Outlaw 275's on the line, and that line is sticky. Hines drives around him. 0.017 at the finish line. 451 beats a 453. Phil Hines going on in Outlaw 275. Bobby Gruck, Little Rock, Arkansas, 02 Trans Am 598 cubic inches of big block horsepower in the left-hand side, tuned by Josh Lindsay. Number 9 qualifier for Kruk. Right-hand side, number 17 on the qualifying sheet, Chris Tootin, Hellion, South Carolina. 87 Ford Mustang, BMF Racing. Time to get it on. South Carolina versus Arkansas. Front spins the tires. Chris Stooten all the way. 431, 181 miles per hour. Bobby Crook had a huge, and I mean huge, whole shot advantage. Knocks the tire off and can't regain it. Chris Stooten goes A to B, 431 at a $1.81 to go down to 4 in Outlaw 275. Artie Stinnett, left-hand lane, Catawba, Kentucky. Southern Speed Racing Tune, Garrett Twin Turbocharged PTC converters on board. The 96 model Mustang, powered by Jeff Burns Racing Engine. Right-hand side, Aaron Stapleton, Plainfield, Illinois, 07 model Mustang. 632 cubic inches of big block horsepower under the hood. Sponsored by Fast Forward Race Cars. Artie Stinnett, your number 2 qualifier. Stapleton, your number 26 qualifier. Stinnett on the chip. Stapleton sneaks it in. Off the gone, those cars. Stapleton, backfire, Stinnett, backdoor, 439, wind light, Marty Stinnett. 172 miles per hour out of the small block Ford, coming out of Jeff Burns Racing Engines. Catawba, Kentucky's own, headed to 4. Rolling in with MX 235. MX 235 rolling in now. Ray Seegers, Gunnersville, Alabama, left-hand side. 89 model Mustang, number 26 on the qualifying sheet, but we're down to 8 cars, and it don't matter which qualified, Mark. It don't matter. When you enter elimination, everybody's number 1. Out gone, 235, side by side. Top end cars, wind light, Danny Tellman, 511, Jefferson City, Missouri. Taking the win in MX, 235. And here we go, Donnie Branham, next pair up. Haytime, Missouri, he's got his hands full. Brian Dunlap, Jonesville, Michigan. This man has been a consistent 5-0 car on those 235s or 8.5, whichever tire he's on. But that man right there has been one of the most consistent cars in this class all weekend long. Green light's a pair. Branham goes the front end, side by side. Top end, wind light. Donnie Branham, 5:02 at 144 miles per hour. Brian Dunlap losing time of a 5:08. Both of them a little tardy on the street. Branham had the whole shot, had the faster EC, and he got the wind light. Donnie Branham taking the win for Haytime, Missouri. Moving on in MX 235. Brian Tootin, left-hand side, Lexington, South Carolina. 91 model Mustang with a small block Ford under the hood. Number 17 on the qualifying sheet. Right-hand lane, Kyle Bruce, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. 95 model Ford Mustang with a small block Ford under the hood. Turbocharged and tuned by 2JM Diesel. Sponsored by Fast Automotive. Bruce was your number 8 qualifier here at MX 235. Builds the boost. Bruce on the ship as well. Both are going in. Here we go. Green light starts the pair. Side by side. Top end. This is a close one. 5:02. Brian Tootin takes the win. Comes around him. Kyle Bruce, 5:18. Kevin Milliken, left-hand side of the racetrack, Greenway, Arkansas. 87 model Mustang, big block Chevy under the hood. Your number 21 qualifier. Gonna try to get down to the final four. Jason Collins, right-hand side, 66 shoebox, Chevy 2 Nova. 598 cubic inches of big blocks under the hood. Both drivers, free stage. Milliken's in. Collins is in. Collins spins the tire. Milliken, nicest backfire. Collins gathers it up, eases down the racetrack, and takes the win. They are required to run fog lights on there. Here we go, Charlie Johnson, Butch Kemp, side by side, Ultra Street. Kemp, 498 with an NA small block Ford. That man from Michigan is on a mission. Charlie Johnson, thank you for coming. 508, heck of a run, but Butch Kemp is a bad man there this weekend in Memphis. Hey.
Tyler, speaking of all this fog right here, we are requiring fog lights on these cars, right?
They're on the stock of bearing, right?
Stock of bearing, yeah. But fog lights, you'll be out of luck.
Michael Jordan, left-hand side of the racetrack, Grand Bay, Alabama. 79 model Camaro, your number 16 qualifier. Small block Chevrolet under the hood. Right-hand side, Ronnie Rhodes, Townsend, Delaware. 68 model Camaro. Father Ron looking on in the back. Crew members fired up. Ronnie Rhodes fixing to stick it in the beams, your number 8 qualifier. Got Sebastian up here rooting on his boy. Rhodes, outgone. NLR Systems doing what they're supposed to do. 506, 137. Ronnie Rhodes trucks on another round right here in Ultra Street. Jeff Jinks, left-hand side of the racetrack, Lebanon, Ohio. One of the Extreme Outlaw Series cars. Glad to have those guys support up there at the Killcare Motorsports Raceway, Speedway, whatever they call it. I can't even remember. We're glad to have all their boys down here racing with us this weekend. Jinx, 90 model Mustang, small block Ford under the hood. Right-hand side, Joel Greathouse, Oakland, Kentucky. 93 model Mustang, precision turbocharged, tuned by none other than John Calivas. KBX Performance. Bennett Racing Engines under the hood, Pressurized Solutions, and NLR Systems sitting side by side with Sebastian. Sebastian, how you feel about it, buddy?
Fantastic outcome, fantastic race. Let's cars down the track safely.
Got that right, buddy. NLR Systems in the house. You need control and power management, Sebastian's the man you need to call. Jeff Jinks, Joel Greathouse, Jinks, number 11 qualifier, Greathouse, sitting number 3. Let's see what happens. This is the Elite 8 of Ultra Street. Greathouse goes on the chip. Jinx rolls in. Lights are down. Side by side. Who gets it on the top end? Greathouse, 495. A buck 44. Jinx goes 5 flat. I think that's a personal best for Jinx. 139 miles per hour for him. But Greathouse moving on another round right here in Ultra Street. Jason McGrain, Greenwood, Indiana. 64 models, Ford Fairlane with a big block Ford under the hood. Your number 4 qualifier at a 5 flat. He's going to need every bit of that with the tough competitor he's got on the right-hand side. Sean Pevlar, Cincinnati, Ohio. Small block under the hood from BES Racing Engines. Wheelchair Mafia on board. Shout out to Wesley and all the boys. Glad to have Wheels here this weekend. Have to get Wesley out here next year. I know he hates some cold weather, but maybe we won't have as bad of it next year. Nitrous assisted for Pevlar. Same thing for McGrain. Going to be one heck of a matchup right here. Standby, 10 minutes standby, Pro Drag Radial. 10 minutes standby, Pro Drag Radial. Once again, 10 minutes standby, Pro Radial. McGrain, Pevler, side by side. McGrain's got the hold shot. Pevler's got the win light. Pevler drives around him, 504 at a buck 39. McGrain, 508 at 136. What a race it was. McGrain chopped the tree down to go 0-14 up front. tomahawk? Will it be the rut? I know they're standing on their feet on the live feed all over the country right now, watching and waiting. Looks like it could be, and a good lead, maybe another 4-0 top of the Ladies and gentlemen, 3.97 seconds, 194 miles per hour. Man, you have just seen history in the making. Let me hear you make some noise, Memphis! Wow, how about on your feet, baby! 397, Frankie Taylor, Billy Stockland. Dang, turns it red. Phil Hines out and gone, 4.60 seconds. 275, you need to be in your lane. Outlaw 275, make your way to the lane. Outlaw 275, make your way to the lanes as well. Outlaw 275. Missing one X car. I'm missing one car in X. Bring them to the lanes, guys. And here he comes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Outlaw 275. Boots gives them the thumbs up. Let's rock and roll. Final four. Pro Drag Radial. Outlaw Streetcar Reunion 2. Memphis International Raceway. Mark Woody Woodruff. Missouri 2000. Chevrolet Corvette. The left-hand side of the racetrack. Nelson Competition, Fuel Tech, M&M Transmission, Hyperactive, Pro Line, you name it, it's helping on the Woody side of the racetrack. Richard Reagan, Rutledge, Tennessee, Nitrous Pacific, Fulton Racing Engine, on board, your number 15 qualifier, down in the final four, PDR. Purging out the nitrous oxide, check out the purge for the Reagan machine. Going high in the sky right here. Memphis International Raceway, Woody, with the twin turbochargers, is ready to go. Puts it in the beans, and Brent, Brian, and the boys hanging back, ready to go. Woodruff, Reagan, Missouri, and Tennessee. It's all on the line. Who goes to the finals for the Battle of the States? Who goes to the finals to represent their state for the $10,000 bonus? It's right here. We got Team Missouri on the left-hand side, Team Tennessee on the right. Here we go. Woodruff, Bill Cook, Reagan in. Woodruff in the front box. He's in. Lights are down. West up again. In the 43, string up the door. 4, 10, 1, 88 for Woodruff. Headed to the final round. Mark Woodruff and Team Missouri going to the final round of the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion here in Memphis. 1:12, 60 foot for Woody. 4.10 seconds at 188 miles per hour. Mark Woodruff to the final round in Pro Drag Radial to represent for Team Missouri. All right, boys, put the fire in the pipe. Let's rock and roll. The matchup of the century, here we go. Jason Mahalik, Brad Edwards, the two men in the world that have been threes on drag radials, and are right here in the semifinal round of Pro Drag Radial. Edwards does his burnout. Mahalik. Yep, you can probably hear that at home on the Motor Media TV live feed. Jason Mahalik lights the wick on the screw-blown Hemi, tuned by Billy Stocklin and Frankie the Madman Taylor. Mahalik, Edwards, here we go. This is going to be one for the ages if both of them stick and both of them go down that eighth of a mile as fast as they both know how to go. Edwards has been struggling all weekend long, but I can guarantee you one thing, he does not want to get outrun by that blower car. He wants that record back. Jason Mahalik is here to pull it off. Mahalik is wanting that event sweep. Team Texas, left-hand side, right-hand side, Team North Carolina. Jason Mahalik, Brad Edwards, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, sit tight. Better pull them straps tight one more time because it's fixing to get wild right here. Mahalik, free stage, turns it on. Edwards seats it in himself. Fields boost in the right-hand side. Hits the bump box. Edwards goes in. Mahalik to follow. Lights are down. Edwards knocks the tire off of it. Mahalik, 409 at 196 miles per hour. Edwards looks like he may have broke it. Don't know what happened to Brad right there, but it didn't make a move, and it acted weird right there. So Pete's going to go out and check him out. Mahalik goes to the finals. 409 at $1.96. Billy Stockland and the boys, congratulations. We got one more round. It's Texas versus Missouri. Texas versus Missouri. Outlaw, 275 to the lanes. Outlaw, 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw, 275 to the lanes preparing. So we're going to get Brad off the racetrack as soon as possible. We'll get right back to racing action. Jason Mahalik with a 409 will have lane choice in the final round over Mark Woodruff. I'm missing 2 cars in the lanes for Outlaw 275. Missing 2 cars in the lanes for Outlaw 275. Bring them on up, boys and girls. Outlaw 275 needs you to the lanes.
All right, Garrett Hildebrand over here in the left lane. Rich Bruder in the right lane. Bruder, defending event champion, world record holder. Man, he can just do it about all the Bruder brothers. Edison, New Jersey, taking on the Ohio Hildebrand. This is the best I've ever seen this car perform round after round. Oh, Hildebrand gives up the Ghost Bruder straight downtown. How about a 450 with a 3 at 159 miles per hour? All right, Jared Johnson, as they've been telling you, the world record holder, taking on Kent Luong, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. KBX Performance doing the work on both these guys. Who you got, Tyler? Been struggling a little bit over here in left lane. They figured out, I think they got the advantage. Double O! Right lane, how about 008 light? 462. Johnson was 001. These guys, tell me they're not amped up. They're almost as amped up. If I'm giving this back to you, I can go for them.
All right, we're back to the redneck. Jared Johnson was 001 on the tree. Kit Long was 008. Kit goes 462 to put Oklahoma in the finals for the $10,000 Battle of the States bonus. And it's $5,000 up to win. So we got the Brooders. Can the Brooders double up? Can the Brooders double up, Mark? Back-to-back years. Think they can do it?
I think if anybody can do it, it's the Brooders. They're bad boys.
Got that right. Brooders are some bad men right there. Outlaw 275 coming at you right here, ladies and gentlemen. Barry Mitchell, left-hand side of the racetrack. Out of Hamptonville, North Carolina. Right-hand side, Chris Tootin, South Carolina. The Battle of the Carolinas. What do you know? Come to the Battle of the States and you get the battle of something else. We can make a battle out of anything. We may even make it a battle of mustards next year. Barry Mitchell and Chris Tootin, North Carolina for Mitchell. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Chris Tootin out of South Carolina. Mitchell with a nitrous, Tootin with a twin turbos. This is going to be one heck of a race. Both of them have been in the 30s all day long. Can one of these boys sneak in the 20s right here to take it to the final round in Outlaw 275? Tootin builds boost. Mitchell ready to go. Tootin better get it in there. Green light. Mitchell spins the tire. Hops it up too much. Chris Tootin, A to B. 429 on 275. 181 miles per hour. Chris Tootin goes 429. Barry Mitchell was amped up, went 009 on the reaction time, but he couldn't keep her planted. Mitchell was 116 to 60 after spinning it. Tootin 113 and gone. 429 at 181 for Chris Tootin to go on to the final round. I guess, round number final. There we go. Let's call it that. Final round bound. Chris Tootin. Let's see who he gets to face. Marty Stennett or Phil Hines. All right. Let's see if she loses her shoes again. I have to do it. That's the most memorable moment of the night. She is moving them feet like Ultra Street to the lanes, Ultra Street to the lanes, guys. Ultra Street to the lanes, MX 235. If you're not here, you need to be here. Ultra Street to the lanes, Marty Stennett, Phil Hines. Stennett out of Kentucky. Jeff Burns Racing Engines. Burns is out front, putting him in the beams. Tuned by Wade Hopkins at Southern Speed Racing. Stennett. See if he can go back-to-back final rounds in Outlaw 275. Started off the day as the number 2 qualifier, and he's down to the final 4 in Outlaw 275. Phil Hines, Lebanon, Ohio. 01 Mustang Pro Charger Power, sponsored by Mickey Thompson and MSD Ignition, along with a host of others. Small block Ford under the hood. Came into the day with number 14 qualifying spot. Let's see if he can take down number 2 Marty Stennett right here. Stennett, Hines gets to face Chris Tootin in the finals. Let's see who can get it done right here, ladies and gentlemen. Stennett's free stage, waiting on Mr. Pine. Here we go. Pine turns it red. Marty Stennett goes to the finals. Hines turns it red and throws it away. Marty Stinnett on to the finals. Had some issues right there, but gets a lucky break. Southern Speed goes back-to-back finals in Outlaw 275. Stinnett will bring it on. MX 235 on the line. So I'm up here getting a preaching at because some things we've said behind the microphone. I don't guess y'all really need to worry about it, but y'all may need to add me to the prayer list for tomorrow. Brian Tootin, left-hand side of the racetrack, Lexington, South Carolina. 235 class. Jason Collins in the right. Missouri Chevy 2 base. Here we go. Brian Tootin has been a hoss with the top miles per hour in the class all day long. Jason Collins has been a long-time runner in this class. See what happens. Tootin builds the boost, going into the stage beams. Here we go. Collins rides out the wheel stand. Can he hold him off? He can't. Brian Tootin comes around him at the very last minute. 152 miles per hour blast. Comes around Collins like he's tied to a stump. 517 beats a 523. Donnie Branham, left-hand side of the racetrack, Haytown, Missouri, 91 model Mustang. Right-hand side, Danny Tellman, Jefferson City, Missouri, 68 model Camaro. Look at the nitrous purges going high up in the sky right here at Memphis International Raceway. Branham and Tellman both on the nitrous oxide. Branham started the day as number 11 on the sheet. Tellman, number 2 qualifier. Can he take it all the way to the final round? Branham has picked up the pace every single hit. Goes on in. Tellman here to follow. Lights are down. Tellman spins the tire. Branham off and gone. 5:01 at 144 miles per hour for Donnie Branham. Moves on to the finals to face Jason Collins right here in MX 235 at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. We're rolling into Ultra Street, and let me tell you something. This is going to be one matchup for the ages. Butch Kemp, naturally aspirated, 98 model Mustang coming in from Washington, Michigan. He has set the pace in this class all day long. Number 2 qualifier, and in the right lane, Mr. Joel Greathouse. Second race out for the KBX house car, and he has laid it down. Greathouse, number 3 qualifier. Qualified at a 493.0. Butch Kemp qualified at a 492.3. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This has the makings to be a side-by-side matchup. Maybe one of the fastest side-by-side matchups ever in Ultra Street history. Kemp, Greathouse. Greathouse from Kentucky, Kemp from Michigan. Mustang versus Mustang, naturally aspirated versus turbocharged. Right here at Ultra Street at the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion presented by Southern Speed Promotions. Kemp in, Greathouse in, Greathouse turns it red. Greathouse turns it red. Drops off at 88. Oh my goodness, low ET of the meet and turns it 004 red. Butch Kemp goes 489, goes on to the final round. Concession stand will close in 15 minutes. Concession stand will close in 15 minutes. If you need a last bite to eat or something to drink, run and grab it. Concession stand will close here in 15 minutes. Ronnie Rhodes, Townsend, Delaware, left-hand side of the racetrack. Small block Chevrolet under the hood of the 68 model Camaro. Right-hand side, Sean Pevler. Cincinnati, Ohio, 89 model Mustang. Small block Chevy under the hood for him as well. BES Racing Engines, Wheelchair Mafia, Salvato Designs, and a host of others on board. Little Ronnie Rhodes, Ron Rhodes' son. Girlfriend Sam looking on. That whole Delaware bunch is hoping for Ronnie to pull off the move and take Pevler and shove it back in the box. Here we go. Rhodes leads before the tree is activated. Cuts out, blows the pass, and Pevler goes 5:04 to take the win and move on to the final round to face Butch Kemp. Kemp will have the lane choice in the final. Rhodes, something must have just...
Well, guys, I guess we'll never know who's going to end up being the baddest car in the country or whatever. It's unfortunate. We knew that the weather was rolling in, so I'm going to run through the sponsors one more time. Thanks, thanks again, guys, for staying up so late. 3,341 people still watching the feed. Okay, hey guys, watch your language. Watch your language. Hey, watch your language. I will ban you. Do it again.
For people slacking.
Anyways, guys, that's all she wrote. But we're gonna go ahead and get out of here, guys. Run through the sponsors one more time, and as soon as they're done, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the plug. We got to get cameras in before this storm rolls in. So, talk to you later, guys, and don't forget to keep watching, and we'll stream more.